our conference finally to our digital social forum. Main hashtag is that we form capacity instead of independence. Digital Social Forum is arranged by Minsk Social Policy in partnership with WFP and UNICEF. So we are thankful for our sincere friends and partners, colleagues. We are waiting productive, informative day or half day, um, and you will have new hashtags, new lines. You will get acquainted with partners. Everything is waiting for us within the framework or in separate our invited guests or within the framework of panel discussions that are envisioned in the number of three. So I will be the main moderator. I will invite our guests to our main scene. Our main mission is to monitor time, uh, to avoid delays, to have everything on time, few minutes to saturate with information about technical support. Today we will have guests invited speaking in English. So for your conveniences and comfort, we will have headsets that are located on the left, on the right of your relevant chair. Red channel is English and green channel is Ukrainian. Also, during special badges that you receive during the registration at the first floor of Business Center Parkovy, we have QR code. If you scan it, you can get into special created group where we will have a lot of information dealing with our forum and photos that will be made during today's forum, and there will be the program of presentations during the social forum. Also, if today some of you will see or will read information that in Kiev there is air raid alert, we are in safety, in security. It will not impact on our end because we are in a shelter already. So, in a nutshell, that's all about. Also about video streaming. In parallel, via internet, we will have live coverage at the spots of our partners and sincere friends. So that's all information about, and then we will consider it during our event. So we lack some emotion to greet to each other. So warm applause to each other, please. Thank you. Now we can officially open our digital social forum. So we will start from the speakers that will be invited to the scene in a queue, 5 minutes schedule. So with your applause, warm applause, I would like to invite on the scene Marian Ward, Deputy Country Director, World Food Program, VFP Ukraine.
I'm glad the mic works. I'm feeling very Taylor Swift this morning. Um, so just on behalf of the UN, I want to say that Ukraine has an incredibly strong social support system for its citizens. In 30 years of time with the UN in, 12 different countries, this is the most advanced system I have had the pleasure to work with. Now, our small role, is to assist that system to support Ukrainians during this time of war, which is, one of the most stressful crises that citizens are finding themselves in, and to make improvements to the system in any way that we can, bringing our experience from around the globe. So already in March 2022, we identified the Ministry of Social Policy as a trusted and reliable partner. So we didn't do what we usually do in the UN and set up a parallel special UN system. We worked through your incredibly efficient systems. It was a great way to start, and we really benefited from that partnership, as did the people of Ukraine. So via eDopomoga, which was very quickly set up by the ministry, we were able to provide 3.5 million Ukrainians with cash transfers quickly and efficiently to the tune of, let me get this right, 20.4 billion hryvnia thus far. That's a lot of money for people directly in their pockets to pay for their household needs, and that's what we're here to support. So we've also invested, just a little bit of money, 3.5 million in the, let me get this right, I always get it wrong, the Unified Information System of the Social Sphere, which is a partnership with the Ministry of Social Policy. And it's here to make more efficiently available to Ukrainians money and to ensure that the system that is supporting Ukrainian citizens is more shock responsive. So any other crisis that comes down the line, the system can respond quickly and efficiently and change the support almost on a dime, as we say, to provide what people need at that time. We're also working with the pension fund. So we're working to provide complementary resources to citizens, mostly in the eastern part of the country, where the war impact is having a particularly large increase in terms of costs of living, et cetera. But WFP and the UN strongly advocate for using intelligent humanitarian response, not just throwing things out of the back of a truck, but using our resources intelligently to support the Ukrainian economy and institutions like the Ministry of Social Policy that support Ukrainians. There's the Paraheat Initiative, which I'm not going to go into detail because my dear friend Paul from UNICEF will, but that's about taking our humanitarian response into a more of a development response and how we can help the wider system. WFP has also been very aggressively procuring food items in Ukraine. Not just the 90% of what we provide here in Ukraine is bought for Ukrainians and from Ukrainian farmers, but we're also importing food for the Black Sea Initiative. So we have taken 725,000 tons of food, that's 24 ships, to places around the world who need the food. They need Ukrainian food desperately. We're talking the people in Somalia, the people in Yemen, the people in Afghanistan. And of course, that is a critical lifeline to the world. So in addition, just overall, WFP has invested $1 billion into the Ukrainian economy, and we pump more in every day. We've also provided 2 billion meals to Ukrainians since we began here in February of last year. But I think what we're all facing is that this is a war on Ukraine, this is a war on Ukrainians, this is a war on the economy, and this is a war on the social fabric. So the digital initiatives that we're going to see today and talk about supporting even further are here to be supported to make an even stronger Ukraine. So I want to thank all of you for all of your efforts in making Ukraine even stronger in the social sphere.
Thank you. Дякуємо, Маріан Ворд.
Thank you, Mariam Ward. So please applause to Mariam. Before we will invite our next speaker, I'd like to double information. I think that there is already a red channel. This is simultaneous interpretation in English and green light for Ukrainian. So this is information for you. I was a little bit faster for our interpretation. I will be more slowly speaking because this is a tempo for moderator, which is in black. In order to avoid delays, I invite, under your applause, the Chief Social Policy, United Nations Children's Fund, Paul von Kittlitz, UNICEF.
You.
Good morning. What a fantastic venue. Congratulations on such a great event, so well put together. Somebody was saying, as I was having a coffee earlier on, that this feels like a startup in New York, and I can only agree. On behalf of UNICEF Ukraine, let me join my colleague from WFP in welcoming you today to the Digital Social Forum entitled Building Capacity Instead of Dependence. Unfortunately, our representative, Murad Shaheen, can't be with us today, but he sends his best wishes for this event and wishes us all luck in having a successful day here. The entire UNICEF team is very happy to be involved in the organization of what we think is a very important moment in the development and digitalization of the social sphere in Ukraine. The list of speakers and panelists that you've assembled today is truly impressive. We have a large range of practitioners and experts joining us in person and online today to witness the impressive progress made to date and to hear what the government's future plans and direction are for the social sphere. We know that the task of remodeling the systems, processes, and procedures that are used to deliver social protection programs in any country is very challenging. Every program has its own digital legacy, and often these systems have been developed separately from each other. Minister Zhornovich and the Ministry of Social Policy are determined to innovate and simplify the social sphere in Ukraine, which is especially impressive in the middle of a war. It's an honor and a key commitment for UNICEF to join you and be able to be with you on this journey, and we're convinced the children of Ukraine will benefit from this important work. For most of us administrators and managers, digital solutions are often an afterthought. In Ukraine, that's not the case. This is a proudly digital and incredibly innovative country, which we can see every day as customers of Ukraine's banking and retail sector, for example. And very importantly, the government is no exception. You have a ministry dedicated to digital transformation for the whole government. And you have a deputy minister for digital transformation in every ministry. So it's obvious that digitalization is a key priority and that it cuts across the whole of government. And we can see with applications like DIA how far this work has already come and how many services and ministries are already connected and offering services to citizens from the convenience of their smartphone. A very significant number of countries around the world would be very jealous. At UNICEF, we've been partners to the Ministry of Social Policy for a long time, and our priorities in Ukraine and the ministries are very closely aligned. We're therefore proud to support the ministry's digital agenda and to work with all stakeholders in the ministry to ensure that new digital solutions, reforms, and modernization of social protection programs go hand in hand. As we know, there are great opportunities that come with an extensive digital modernization program like the one that the ministry is embarking on. When you give yourself new digital solutions, and when your ambition is that they should all link up and talk to each other, you have a chance to rethink and improve the way the programs themselves work. You can think again about what will make programs accessible for citizens, especially the most vulnerable members of society, such as children, who depend on these services and who benefit the most. You can find efficiencies that save time and money, and you can make it easier and more convenient for people, including parents with children, to know what they're entitled to and how to get those entitlements. So really, digitalizing, rethinking, and reinventing programs go together. And I think this ministry knows that and is fully seized of this opportunity. The three panels participating today represent three pillars of the ministry's work, and I'm proud to say that we partner as UNICEF with the ministry on all three. That's social assistance programs that pay financial benefits, social services for vulnerable individuals and families, and the rights of children. So without having much more to say, I look forward to today's sessions, and I'm sure you'll agree with me that this government and this ministry are tackling an exciting, challenging set of reforms with confidence, competence, and optimism. We're honored to partner with them and grateful for the opportunity to build a bright future for the children of this country. Thank you.
Paul, thank you. Дякуємо вам дуже. Давайте ще раз подаруємо оплески. Пауль фон Кітліц, керівник відділу соціальної політики.
Von Kittlitz, let's give him the hand. And here we have already heard the welcoming remarks, and now let's get to our forum agenda. And first we will have the speech of Oksana Zhelnovich. We invite Oksana Zhelnovich, the Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, and she will focus her presentation on the social sphere in Ukraine. The floor is open for you. Good afternoon, esteemed participants, our guests, those who have joined this forum online. And it's my pleasure to greet you here. And our forum will try to assist us in forming capacities instead of dependencies. And this will allow us to know more on the tasks that are formed for our ministry and which we are planning to reach. Today we are forming the new philosophy in social policy in order to assist each individual to overcome the crisis, barriers, stereotypes, limitations, and build up capacities to move ahead and to overcome these challenges, be responsible for their own lives, to dream, to act, and to create. And unfortunately, every day we face the hostilities of war. And actually, we also face different losses, mental, social. Our relatives pass away. We lose our housing, displacements within Ukraine and outside Ukraine. They change their living, and no doubt it knocks out us from our standard living, and we are reformatting our life today. Millions and millions of individuals need the material support, they need the psych support in order to overcome the challenges they encounter every day. But today Ukraine tries to redo the capacity challenges into the capacities and opportunities. The way we are moving ahead, this will allow us to build up the country which will invite the people who left it. For us, it's important to build up the comfort environment for our upbringing children, to have the active living and to live in all the circumstances without any limitation, liability, and resilience. It's exactly the features typical for Ukrainians. And we understand that we have neighbors that will have in mind to attack this country. And for us, it's very important to understand what is the philosophy, not only of the public institutions, but for us, it's important to understand what is the perception in each individual. For us, it's important to provide the comfort living for every individual. And we will be ready to welcome back those who left Ukraine. How actually we can work challenges into benefits? It's a country of the best digital social solutions. We understand from the first day of the war, we were supposed to administer the services to be delivered in a completely different manner. For us, it was very important to keep the information in the registers in order not to subject our people to the danger. We have 15 subsystems, 40 registers, and all of them are put together in one information system. Secondly, social services. Our challenges show that payments is not always a helper. It could be delivered to the pensioner, but if the retired person lives on the top floor and this person needs assistance, this person needs medication, this person needs assistance in order to survive. And today we don't have the sufficient list of the services to be delivered. Only digital solution costs today, and here we have invited both the local finance and the international resources, and the cost is more than $4 million. For us, it's important to count what actually services are delivered in the communities. Thousands of millions of hryvnias are dedicated to these purposes. And for us, it's important to understand that with the digitalization, we open the new opportunities, including the foreign investing in this country. Non-system based, not reasonable payments, and actually they are not fully verified. But in case we reformat them and if we tailor them to the needs of the individuals, no doubt we will provide a real support. Today we have 6 million of people who benefit from this support. For us, it's important to understand that we have another challenge. This is the challenge with the growth of a number of individuals with disabilities. Very many young people lost their extremities, and we understand that Ukraine will be the new center of the innovative prosthetics. For us, it's important to understand how the new instruments could be employed. We may use also digital practices here. We invite all available providers in order to start their production, and they will allow us to multiply capacities addressing the necessary cases. For us, it's important to understand that how we do assist each other in difficult situations. For us, it's important to understand that at the level of community, also people assist each other. That's why we plan to create a special public space, and this will actually assist formation and strengthening of the unity at the level of community. We understand that this will reinforce each other. In order to have the full support, we have developed the path of individuals, and we build up the unified information system for social sphere. In our system of care, we have 13 million individuals who are insured, 7.6 million children, more than 1 million of households which benefit from living subsidies. Also, we have 2.7 millions of people with disabilities, and practically 750 billion hryvnias. It's a huge budget. That's why the single information system actually it goes parallel, and it is important for each individual. From our social services, every individual could retrieve this or that support. let's visualize the path through the social services. Let's take the family, young couple, for example, or those who have children, or those who plan only children. If, for example, they plan children, what can we propose them? In Ukraine, after the victory, we should give the support for young families. We should provide comfortable environment for them for living and work. All this can be done when we actually use the reliable data and information, and this will show us the real need of each family. And we are working on such data services. The single information system has a huge array of data, and we have 11 dashboards and also 6 more to be developed. What else is being done today? In order to synchronize the paths of individuals, in order to tailor our support to each family, also there is the information sharing between the health sector and social sector. For the people, it's a real hardship to go around and to find this or that excerpts or certificates. Actually, every social worker using its tab could actually identify what algorithm could be applied and to this or that individual, and this will allow us to understand who is the closest provider of this specific service. In case we for example, imagine if you have a married couple and they have a daughter. Today, they could use the service I am infant. And actually, we could see what is the location of this family. We could provide a one-time cash support. If it is a many children family, also we could provide additional support. And this process will be a very efficient, speedy process. And we have the new service that have been already launched. Very many households actually benefited from it. It is a health recovery, and here every person actually could select the medical practitioner in any locality, and actually this when, for example, they it's very easy to provide the way to provide the health recovery for every member of the family. But in case our families are ready to open their hearts in order to adopt children, here also we have very easy mode to collect all necessary documents for adaptation, how we are looking for the foster families, how we do identify them. And for us it's important to alleviate the burden of bureaucracy in this process, and everything to be done only in the interest of children. Selection of parents should be done through the digital support services. And we understand that for these purposes, together with the partners, with the Swedish government, we implement the exchange of electronic forms in order to scan, and this will be the verified needs for each child. All this information is added to the single information system, Adult's Life. Also, we have a list of social services to be proposed for the adults. E-labor books. We have no need, actually, we understand how it's critical to prove your service time. It's very easy to be done through the e-service in the pension fund. When, for example, you got sick, actually sick leaves, actually processing is done through automatization. We understand that it's very easy because it's very easy to see the relevant information, because actually you may trace the period of the sick leave provided for your employee and other relevant information. Also, we understand that the most popular service to be delivered for our citizens in winter season, and only brief declaration is needed in order to claim this service. Actually, we are building up this system for individuals with disabilities. And unfortunately, the individuals who had wounds on knees prostheses, actually they should act proactively. Not all of them know that they should go directly to the Ministry of Social Services. The pilot project has been launched in the 17 centers, medical centers. Our social staff works, but also today we are working on the e-solutions, and then the information from the individuals in disabilities directly will be sent to our support system in order to get this or that rehabilitation service. We are also working on the following issues to assist our social workers to multiply their skills and knowledge. We have a special platform, and here actually you may see what support could be given, including individuals. Old age should be decent. It should bring happiness to each individual. Each citizen deserves respect and dignity. It concerns our parents, grandparents, those who have contributed their work to construct this country. That's why we provide the e-services in order to improve our pension system. It's very simple to get to this service, and you may calculate your pension. You will benefit after retirement, after completion of your work. And for us, it's important to understand only after one click, for example, you will have understanding what additional contributions you should pay in order to have a slightly higher level of your pension. Now we are working on this service that will allow us to accumulate pensions. We work on the legislative part of this project as well as e-solutions. Actually, simplicity of all the processes will allow us to contribute more resources and to disburse less resources for the administrative purposes. And also, we implement web access, e-passes. I believe that our team will detail you more on these issues because we have lots of information to share with you. Finalizing my presentation, I'd like to say all our efforts cannot go without partnership and support. Actually, we do act synchronically. Konstantin Koshelenko, our digital deputy minister, thanks to his effort, and he had lots of chats, and they are running. So our system is visualized to the benefit of the citizens. I'd like to thank our international partners because they have trust to our capacities, and with their resources, they assist us in order to transform these projects into reality. And I believe that our today's event will open for you information pertaining to the social sphere, and because social sphere attaches everyone in this country. Thank you very much, Oksana Zhodnovich. These applauses go to you. And actually, according to our agenda, we will have the panel discussion. We will have additional chairs on the stage, more microphones we will have. And here we will have also the moderator of this session, Volodymyr Brusilovskis. Let's applaud Volodymyr. That is support for e-digitalization in Ukraine.
Радий вас вітати.
Good afternoon. I'm very glad to greet you. I'd like to mention that we have already a little delay, so we have 15 minutes. It would be super if we would fit into this timeline. Now we invite all the participants. There will be 5 of them. Daria Marchak, First Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine. Yulia Sokolovska, Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine. Applause. Roxana Pidlasa, Head of the Budget Committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Vitaly Koval, Head of Rivne Regional Military Administration. Yevgeny Kapinos, Head of the Board of the Pension Fund of Ukraine. David Thomas, Head of Program WFP in Ukraine. You see, 6, so embedded with math. So we have 6 participants, you all have mics, we have 15 minutes, so we'll have panel discussion under the name Availability and Transparency of Social Support. So Volodymyr, have a floor, please. Thank you. Our panel is Availability and Transparency of Social Support. In my view, we have here key stakeholders, experts that can to maximum extent to open the system. We'll talk about modern status and perspective of this system, how it will be embedded into our life, and the vision presented by the Minister of Social Policy. And so I think that we understand what is the role of social support and social aid played in the life of Ukraine, any country, one of the main instruments, how the country may regulate and aid to people in difficult life circumstances, involve vulnerable groups of population, and the ability of the state to efficiently aid. This is one of the key parameters of the state apparatus and ability to face crisis. At the beginning of the war, as we remember, the social system support faced the biggest crisis for its whole life, the crisis of IDPs, refugees, people who lost house and work, and been in other hard circumstances, crisis of losses that Ukrainian nation is bearing. So it was the biggest challenge in the history of the Ukrainian state, it's evident. As the system of social support made it through, we see what is not working, what is working, what is efficient. So today we will discuss these issues. My first question Mr. Dario Marchak, Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine. Could you tell us, please, how come the social benefit system will be reformed, how the ministry will use digital solutions in this reform, and how this implementation of the vision will be done, sounded raised by the minister. Good afternoon, colleagues. In fact, I think that we understand that the system of social support did well. We almost we managed to cover 10 million pensioners during the war, but we have a lot of challenges. And at the beginning of the war, we faced a big number of problems. When I said, as my minister mentioned, during hostilities in some departments of social protection, intentionally, or the documents about persons being banned out, so and the person who would be migrating would not be able to, in new location, to get immediately all social benefits that he or she has a right to. So to address to Department of Social Protection to be accounted and wait whether this department, regional department, will process your case. Will be a huge load on workers and social support system, which were frequently being IDPs, external migrants. And all of this actually made us to rethink the approach, how come these social benefits disbursements should be done, and what are the tasks. I would say that the task in this area, I am responsible in the military for the disbursement policy, and these tasks are made of three components. First, we would like, and all other social services and interaction with the state for the citizen would be done exclusively or almost in digital way through DIA application. We would like that we would leave in the history all these issues, how many references you should bring to the Department of Social Protection in order to get the right for disbursements. We like that our citizen sees to queue, and we would like that all the interactions, connections, all the documents that are necessary to appoint certain benefit, social benefit, the state should take this number from all the registers available, and the citizen would not be seeing all this homework. Second track, second task that we have in front of us, this is efficiency, transparency of disbursements of benefits, because we understand that the social support today has one of the the biggest components in the state budget. It's important that all this money that we use to support our citizens, we would be first of all to trace them, and we should know what is the volume of support we provide to every specific family. Not only in order to evaluate the amount, for us it's important that except the disbursement component for each family, we should provide social services. And to these components, disbursements of benefits and services should go hand in hand. Moreover, the key task, in fact, from the point of view of the ministry, is to provide, to ensure all these citizens that get temporary financial support in our ideal world would not require eventually the state support. And the social services that my colleagues will be talking at next panels should help the citizen to overcome hard social circumstances, and these instruments, this business should be temporary for this hard period of life of family when we are talking about social benefits. And the third component, we need a structure of data, that all the solutions, decisions that are taken in the social support sphere would be performed on the basis of the analysis of data. Digital solutions are the best instruments to reach all these three targets. Moreover, what we do for that? First of all, we go to create a disbursement agency. So We have the biggest IT system in the area of support. We have few disbursements. We transferred the disbursement for community and housing subsidies, and pension fund is doing well about it. So we thank you to the head of the pension fund, Yuri Valerich. And from the January 1st, we transferred the authority to pension fund. It fulfills the functions of social insurance in the country also. In short term, it took all the responsibility for that functionality. Such digitalization performed not only to change the administrator. Key thing is that it provided the extraterritorial principle. So it doesn't matter whether it's transferred between the communities. All the services we see, person is see individual in the personal cabinet of pension fund. We move forward, and during forthcoming year, we plan to transfer to pension fund at least 6 types of different aids, benefits that are frequently used by the citizen. And in our target model pension fund in general, will be the agency, which will be the front office together with the administrative centers for interaction of citizen and state in part of accrual of disbursements. Second important focus, this is fighting poverty. If you're talking about implications of the war from practical reasons of the social policy, this is by the evaluation of the World Bank, the war threw us back for 16 years in the issues of poverty. And thus the support of welfare of citizens, aid to overcome this aftermath and return back to labor market is one of the key tasks. One of the important key precondition for that is again analysis of data about property status of citizen. We would like to have a model when eventually as a state we will see what citizens require financial support from the state, and we will propose ourselves to citizens these instruments of support that would be the best for them to fit. And eventually we would like to remove any manual management in issues of social disbursements. We would like that in the decision whether the disbursements be done or not, the services should be taken at objective level without, or subjective level without certain algorithms. So this year we started an ambitious project of monetization of children's health. This is for children's recreation in recreation establishments. So the criteria were ambiguous for the children to decide, so we changed the logic of this process completely, and all the citizens who has the right by the CMU order resolution for this aid automatically may approach private bank or get a card and get the money for e-health and choose the recreation facility to improve their relevant health. So we would like that automatic process and inclusiveness, the absence of manual management should be covered by all issues related to social protection and social benefits. First of all, in ideal world, we would like that even not in ideal, in our real pragmatic world of today, we would like that the social support should be in year for all the citizens, that this support would be quick, transparent and understandable to everybody. Thank you for the thesis about automatic services and active in the application when it is convenient in a remote mode to get it. You mentioned about centralization of disbursements, disbursement agency. I would like Yulia Sokolovska, Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, on the strategy of centralization of disbursements. Because Daria mentioned practical things, but strategically how this sphere of disbursement of state benefits and what that the creation of this disbursements agency from the point of view of state management and citizen would be different? Thank you for this question. I'd like to start with the words of thanks for the organizers of the forum, and secondly, who is all the time during the wartime managed to provide inclusiveness of representation. I'm very glad to hear here this panel, colleagues and heads of the committees of Parliament of Ukraine and representative ministries and regions and communities. So without this, we cannot pass from the critical response regime to emergency to strategic response. And when we are talking about strategic response, your question about centralization of disbursements of benefits, I think that it may be so that it's a simple technical issue how state administers disbursements. It's technical and it's not important. But in fact, in my understanding, it is critically important because the first is critically important for you that all the process would be transparent, unified, and standardized. And it's important for the system of management of mass funds, billions of and hundreds of billions of hryvnia, and for the beneficiaries of these benefits. We saw a situation when same types of aids in different regions been calculated in different ways and interpreted different way, methodology of calculation, accrual, centralization, and unified processes will remove this issue. So the person should understand clearly how the disbursement is made of. Being calculated, so he should see efficient, transparent disbursement of the benefit, and from the other hand, when we have a mass of centralized data as a country, it's more simple to take and to examine the policy. If you're talking about social code, for instance, without availability of all this information in a special place, we wouldn't understand all these aids and supports that the country, as a country, may propose to the citizen to go out from the hard circumstances, depending on the capacity. This is second important issue to be mentioned. Third thing, in this period of time, it's point when efficient use of human resource. I think that we don't need to spend intellectual resources, human capital to elaborate technical things. For back office functionality, for accrual that can be done by the system, our task is to free people from regions in regional departments that they understand their community and problems, real problems that they face. And people would face where there is a risk of home violence, for instance, where there is a disability and services needed, and where there is a dependence and the aid is needed. So they can free their time, human resource, for quality understanding of families, households, for real situation in communities. So these three points may be outlined as evidence for the centralization of disbursements of benefits. Decentralization is not possible without the support of Parliament of Ukraine, because a lot of things are said in the legislation. So I would like to thank to our joint work, to our team with the Parliament of Ukraine, and next legislation which will permit us the digitalization will be passing quick and not in a morbid way. Thank you. I would applause if I wouldn't have a mic. So I support two theses for centralization. This is a just rightfulness, that people should understand and feel the just system, and unfortunately sometimes we face situation when a person would face injustice. Attitude and transparency. And second point that I support, this is more social benefits. These disbursements by according to the algorithm to free human resource to make communities more efficient rather than to have manual management and calculations. Thanks. Next question to Roxolana Pidlasa, the head of the budget committee of the Parliament of Ukraine. These are disbursements, social benefit. This is the second line of the budget in the fighting country. The priority of this track is important. And what is the priority do you see? And key tasks from the point of view of the planning of the budget planning of the state and you as the head of the committee.
Дякую за запрошення.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for the invitation to this forum. It's the right place for me because the information delivered by the ministry, and actually I do like the team of the Ministry of Social Policy, because we understand that for us it's important to have a fair distribution of social support, and we realize also that we have disbursed lots of resources earlier, but delivery of social assistance actually very often was questioned by the beneficiaries, and we could not say that we are happy with the level of the financial support delivered to each individuals who now encountered hardships. And I understand that accessibility can be achieved through the effective distribution of these resources. For me, it's important to understand that the social support should be delivered to those who really need it. The manual management explained to us earlier by Darina, it's ineffective method of management. Embezzlements actually should leave this society, and digitalization actually could allow us to address and resolve this issue. One of these top priorities is the allocations of the state budget, and here we should provide accessibility and transparency. We understand that all the social budget actually is covered by our partner countries, and they question us how actually you disburse these resources, how you provide your payouts. And here also the government discloses this information to the governments of the countries who provide assistance. And for us it's important to understand what are social benefits and privileges are entitled to the individual. For us it's important to understand through the means testing to see whether this person really has such a need. Also, for us, it's important to understand what is a demographic profile in Ukraine. What is the, for example, we don't know how many Russian-Ukrainian war veterans we have in this country. On the other hand, digitalization allowed us to have understanding on the number of IDPs, their needs, and also, I believe that digitalization is so much needed for us in order to better plan social budgets. because before actually we had the situation when we had the redistribution of the resources between the programs. And it appeared that 3 years ago it was very difficult to plan what resources will be needed to support this specific program. And we understand that in this regard, when we have put together all the social programs, and this allows to have a better flexibility, and we work closely on these issues with the budgetary committee in the parliament. But what is needed for us to have better quality forecasts as to the number of the beneficiaries to be delivered this or that social assistance in the 3-5 years. And for us, this will be very critical indicators. No doubt we give support to such activity area as the verification of the social payouts beneficiaries. We understand that the social support to be delivered for those who have not enough means and who by this or that indicator could be qualified as the beneficiaries for this or that social support. We understand that very often we got back to the period of March 2022. We realized that very many of us moved from their native areas to the other areas, and we felt like displaced persons. But for us, it's important to understand what is the formal and legal right to apply for the social support and what is the moral right. And finally, I would like to say that some of the good examples of the reforms in digitalization is the child health rehabilitation project, and we have been discussing extensively this project with the budgetary committee because it drastically changes the rules of the game. And actually there are some institutions who are not happy with this approach, because before we had a situation where resources were channeled to the institution, and now the money will go after individuals. And for us, it's very important to have this approach because the resources will be made available for the individuals, and individuals will decide on who will provide their health recovery in their family. This is no doubt digitalization, because when the service is delivered, there should be in a comfortable environment for the individuals. And for us, it's also important to speak about the much higher level of the governance and management. And this will make all the programs more efficient. Actually, when we speak about digitalization, we speak about the national level. And Vitaly Kovel, he represents the Rivne region. And in this Rivne region, we had the pilot project where we try our 6 social programs. Please detail us on what is your experience, what is the difference today, and practically, how digitalization of this social support changed the situation in your region. Good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to start with that. All activities that can be digitalized, they should be digitalized. This is my overall vision. We should look for the system-based solutions. And for us, it's important to have the system-based solutions. Our pilot project in our social sphere, in our region, actually we see that there are certain benefits. Sometimes it's a sort of a very difficult process. We realize it, but in February 2022, we started implementation, but then there was a pause, and we relaunched this process. If we work correctly with analytics, so you verify the data, the process becomes more flexible. And building up the platform where you can really see what is the need of each individual in state social support. It's a very prioritized vision. And this was a regional level project. It was assisted by international partners, and in the Office of Integration, we managed to verify lots of data. So clearly, I'd like to state here, the process will be ongoing, and we fully support digitalization of this process. And Roxalana's speech actually has inspired me, because there are very many very important issues related to the regional governance. For us, it's to understand what is the reality. Verification is so critical, because we see a very big challenge for us. We understand that we should go victorious. And if we want to have a victory in the war and to build up the society based on the new social agreement, the support, state support, should be given to those who need it. Because, for example, when we got to the collective centers, for example, and for example, at the level of the collective center, there is no people who could actually assist the people who live in the collective centers. We understand that those who build up the new policy, they should have in focus also the employment issues, because all this state social support should be linked to the employment because if the person should be given additional skills or should be retrained, this should be done. And for us, it's very important at the regional level to have a chance through the DEAR application to find information on developing new skills and qualification, retraining. It will allow us to improve the productive forces in Ukraine. And we understand that today very many men are in the fronts, and their job places are replaced by women. For us, it's important to put a focus on the following. Please assist us on the programs that will allow us to create new jobs and to have training and retraining programs in place. Don't stop, please. Go together with the Ministry of Digitalization, with the government, with the Office of the President. For us, it's important to get to the system-based solutions, and maybe in 5-7 years people will not care so who is the head of the regional administration. It will be the service function that will work on the basis of transparency. The better transparency we have, the better chances with the partners to assist us. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you. And actually, we have 10-15 minutes, and we have 2 speakers in our panel session. Please be brief, because also we have mentioned the new function of the pension fund. Yevgen Kapinus, he represents the pension fund of Ukraine. How do you perceive this new role of the pension fund, and how digitalization instruments that have been in place in the pension fund for a long time, how do you perceive these processes? Probably I will start with the issues that all the digitalization practices that have been transferred for us, we try to implement them, and we plan, if we take a look on the optimization of our process, we realize that only digitalization could provide the quality services for those who are entitled for these services. And here, for us, it's important to have understanding that the person actually, when, for example, you are entitled to this or that service, you should have a chance to get this service at any place. And getting this service at any place is really critical. And we do understand that the paper documents will not allow us to implement this approach. And today, actually, all the orders are issued electronically, and actually we have digitalized approximately 80% of documents. And that's why when the person gets to the pension fund being abroad, it's so easy to get in touch with it, and understanding the fact that in order to minimize the effect or the human effect on this or that process, we understand that extraterritorial decision making is so critical. Sometimes decision is taken not in the place where documents are saved. The point is that mainly it is linked to the location where the individual is. And working with a document in this manner, this allows us to make the process more efficient, and it appeared to be the wonderful mechanism during the time of war, and not to stop payouts in number of regions. And this allowed us as well in principle to implement all our programs on payouts, and we pretty well also understand that the person in general should minimize their timing when they seek this or that services. And we have implemented automated pension assignments. And when we have this process automated, on one hand, we provide the necessary services to the employers, and also, according to the current legislation, if the person has enough information in the register, actually the pension is calculated, is assigned to the person in the automatic mode. With the same approaches, we are planning also to manage the payouts that have been transferred to the pension fund in early 2023. We have centralized certain databases in order to implement the process by the principle that existed in the other spheres. But we understand that for individuals, it's not good to waste lots of time collecting all the necessary papers to be, and actually we are governed by different approaches, and preparation of the relevant documents is much more simplified with the only click. Actually, it is very easy to be appointed to this or that payout or benefit. The point is that today we try to implement digitalization with regards to many processes, and actually 15 million of sick lists have been digitalized, and we have provided algorithms on verifications of the payouts, and the request for funding is also done through the automatic checks of the data, and the payouts, sick leave payouts actually can be done on the same day when the person submits this sick leave to her office administration. In today's environment, I understand that the digitalization of the processes allows us, on one hand, to make the situation more comfortable for the individuals, and also it is a more comfortable environment for the agencies which deliver these services. This will simplify, all in all the processes. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Social Policy, to thank the parliamentary committees with which we work closely, and we understand that it is due to the changes and amendments that have been introduced in the current legislations. Thanks to these, we have implemented all these processes I have described, and I believe that we will be going ahead in the same pace, and we will work to the benefit of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very glad that the vision of automatic services in DIA is getting maximum support from all stakeholders. It's clear that on the way of this result, we have a lot of challenges: centralization of data, increase of quality of data in the register, not only in social area, but I'm glad that such a vision will be accepted by all stakeholders at this panel. Besides Ukrainian perspective, we have big help to Ukrainians provided by international partners, UN agencies, and in our panel we have David Thomas, head of program VPP and WFP. So I'd like to ask you about your perspective and how you consider the system social pearl from the beginning of the war, because you work here from the very beginning of the war. Your experience, your future vision of this area, do you support the vision that been raised by Ukrainian colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question and allowing me to speak last, which is slightly embarrassing. But hopefully, I mean, listening to all of my speak, I can very confidently say that the United Nations and WFP absolutely supports all of the vision that has been put forward by the colleagues speak. And I've been taking notes throughout. Daria talking about the need to fight poverty, Yulia talking about the transition of moving from a critical response to a strategic response, Roxolana, the need for forecasts of need for the individual level, Vitaly discussing, again, needs at an individual level and how we establish what those needs are in this time of change, and Vitaly making those transfers more accessible, more digital. All of these are elements that we work on actively in support of this. So, in reflection on the first part of your reflection, since the first, my first engagement here, and WFP's first engagement here, since the start of the crisis, we try to engage very, very quickly to understand, study what is already here. So, I met with Kostya in May 2022. Immediately, the mic, maybe blue mic? Yeah, okay. Immediately to begin looking at not only how we were going to spend, at that time WFP was looking to transfer something like, $750 million to people who needed it most in Ukraine. But also to look at what were the digital support that we could provide so that that was done more efficiently, but in a way that we were investing in a system that when a humanitarian response ends and we move to the next phases of the response, there was something valuable left behind. It's not only helping with the immediate shock, but also making sure that all investments are done in a way that helps with the recovery and helps agencies like ours transition and leave in an effective way. So from the beginning of the response, that's been how we've been trying to consider this and think about this. Humanitarian organizations, our responsibility is to support the host government and the people of the country. We put an emphasis on that first phase, the first period of the response, where the number of people who are in need has changed quickly. The amount that those people need has changed quickly. And how those people can access the support that should be provided to them has changed quickly. And we saw that in a major way, and probably the biggest way of the 20th century, 21st century in Ukraine. But studying and giving time and space for the government of Ukraine to look at who needs what now and what systems can be put in place to do that efficiently has been the role that humanitarian organizations have played and will continue to play. But in a way that allows a transition and a handover in a smooth way, in a way that doesn't build any dependencies on international actors or external actors, because the Ukrainian systems, as we've seen, as we will continue seeing today, are strong enough, are resilient enough, and are in place to ensure that this handover and that transition can happen smoothly. And if we're intelligent with the way that we invest, the way that we provide assistance, we can do that in this way. And I think hearing all of my colleagues speak, it obviously brings great confidence that this is a country where this can happen, where the humanitarian response can end and the recovery and rebuilding of a country can happen in a way that is positive and an improved way than even at the start of the crisis. So, thank you.
Дякую. Так, дякую. Ну,
Thank you. In fact, we are completing our panel. A few words to sum the discussion up. I think that first of all, it's important that we have a consensus in terms of how this social sphere is moving ahead, centralization of data information systems, where the agenda of social area many years in a row since 2007, as far as I remember, maybe earlier. So I think the attempt to resolve this issue is really resulting it will be successful. Since in Ukraine we don't have other options and we see good progress to make, and it will be finalized, and the result, whatever we'll have at the end of the process. I think that the centralization of data, increase of data, of quality of data, this is key to deal attention to, since at the basis of all the decisions, appointments of benefits, basis of analytics, of transparency. So this is and I see what are these is that the ministries are working on. I'm very glad that international partners, first of all, UN agencies that work in this area, they used all the resources that they had in social area from the first day. Nobody would be building parallel structures. They've been using available banking system communication, social support, and it gave its result. So I hope that in 5-6 years we will, in such a format, we will see fundamental changes that will bring the result which we would feel not only state management from the point of view of planning, but Ukrainians ourselves themselves, that they will see more convenient and achievable services and transparency and accounting of the funds in social areas. Thank you for all participants. So, applause is for you. This is first panel discussion. Marchak, Sokolovska, Pidlasa, Koval, Kapinus, David Tonas, and moderator Volodymyr Brusilovsky. Thank you. We have a little delay, 10 minutes, but still our next moderator and the speaker, I remind you that's not to delay the timing. It will impact on our coffee break, which is important. So I invite our next speaker. You know this person, so we invite him for full potential speech at our forum. Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine for Digital Transformation and Digitalization, Konstantin Kashelenko. The topic is Single Information System of Social Sphere, Results and Perspectives of the Development. Konstantin, you have a floor. Colleagues, hello colleagues, I will not delay coffee breaks, so we will keep the timing from good discussion about our challenges and our ideas. I will go to the topic how technically we will resolve these challenges and implement the ideas. Frequently we do some point decision to resolve important and quick tasks, but globally we work systematically on development of the single fundamental for digitalization of social sphere, this single information system. Also, we are concerned with the security issues, cyber security issues, and also we sitting in a robust place. We could be a few floors higher, but here and now we are confident that any air raid alert, which would not make us having good rest during the night, would not distract us from our joint work. I would like to start with the root of the citizen with use of all system. We remember, like 2 years ago, in order to have social support, you need personally to go to the Department of Social Protection, and people who were tired of working with the old systems, you don't have any feedback, you get negative experience from this process. Under the cover of this story, there are old systems, more than 15 systems. Part of them they are born from 90s. They are not related to each other, and in fact, these systems were the load for workers of social sphere. Whether all this was so bad in that period, I don't think that not. But we had professionals working with citizens, but in fact, they've been overloaded with this paperwork in these old systems. But it was some nice things. This is about the experience of pension fund. Look, in mobile application, there was an opportunity how to address the pension fund and to get some reference. Moreover, automatic accrual of pensions, electronic labor book, and all of this was accessible to citizens. A few applauses to the team of pension fund. On the basis of this experience and technical opportunities of pension fund, we started the implementation of the strategy of digital transformation of social area. Now this is the process during which our citizens are moving forward in any region of the country via DIA portal or application or administrative center, pension fund, in other facility. You can address for social services to get on the status of online information, informing, which we got used to on the process that we got used to in commercial sector and private sector. Now it will be also available in state sector, and then to get social service or aid. And this is already a reality. We implement this system. People are using it, who became IDPs during full-scale aggression. People who asked 6 required services in Rivne, Zhytomyr, using it, and we continue this system to develop. Now you can look what is under the cover. Inside, like inside the car, we have seen many technically complicated elements, but I would like to say about single social processing, which is located in the center where all the addresses are processed. It's an important block of the system. Single social register as a place where we have all the data about our citizens that are using social support. And of course, I would like to say about the subsystem of exchange of data, which permits to get and transfer data of protection subsystems to other systems of other agencies and ministries, that instead of citizen, megabytes would be moving, less queue, less paper. We developed the system stage by stage, and now we see its main blocks. Separate attention is given to information exchange. This is a subsystem that provides it. You see, for these aids, we have to build more than 45 information exchange with different ministries and agencies. They are on the left side in the list. So here we have colleagues from other ministries. They understand why they are gathered, invited here, because we will not be cope with this work without them. So please applause to them. And with our joint work, we ensure the acceptance of incoming data, that people would not be filling out. It should be the input of these data should be automatically without technical mistakes, without dead souls, without discretion, taking the decision automatically and clearly. And also we are ready not only to take in, but to give out the data to other ministries and agencies that will help on their sides to build more efficient processes, and not to use their labor workers for paper references and docs. I can say that whatever I'm saying, it's not a future, it's nowadays. The system is implemented, it works, and the basic systems are servicing our citizens around the country, working with IDPs in 2 regions. These are our 6 supports. We provided migration from old into new systems. They are in single social register. Also, this system permits us to build new services in DIA, which is like through musical instrument trombita is the source of internal data where the addresses from portal and applications are processed. Then we have also on the map of Ukraine, you have the register of providers of social services, those who you need. The state facility administers the system and its users, thousands around Ukraine. Also, e-help, e-aid cannot be provided without a single register, which permitted to us to verify all the social status, partners providing with data of geographical location to choose whatever they want to provide aid to. If we talk about IDPs, the implementation of this system permitted us to pay out more than 82 billions of hryvnia to internally displaced persons. It's not only through departments of social protections that became more simple, not from the very beginning, because during full-scale aggression it's not easy. So I'd like to thank the people that work on implementations of these systems.
Those who are with us online, they also deserve our applauses. Thanks to their work, thanks to merging these services, 1/3 of IDPs got registered remotely, and this volume of payouts actually was paid to support their living as IDPs. Actually, we are trying to digitalize the adaptation process, and it's an example how this portal works. And for us, it's important to have the opportunity on the portal to put a request on the adaptation and to be registered as a candidate. Because Ukrainian children should grow in the families. They should be brought up in the families. And we understand that more than 1,000 individuals got to this platform because earlier they were supposed to go in person to the office, and now you may do it online. We don't stop. We have been discussed the housing subsidies which are available on the portal. There will be much more suitable in future. There will be no lot paperwork, lots of work to be done online. The only is to be done to declare your intent, and you may see whether this payout was affected. Today, actually, we have the beta test on the child allowances provided to be provided for their households. We work together with the Ministry of Digitalization and regional administrations. A few words to be said. What is the e-Dopomoga platform? Here we pull together the efforts of the state, volunteers, and international volunteer organizations. This allowed us to get together on the information, to transfer this information to those who need such a support. We had more than 10 million requests, and we have concluded more than 10 international memorandums. That is the World Food Program and UNICEF. They have provided the direct support to Ukrainian individuals. These, among those who benefited from it, there were pensioners, people who were based in the temporarily occupied territories in the Kherson region, and such a support was provided through the single information register. And I'd like to thank those who really understand that we need not only the financial support, but for us it's important to build up and to roll out the available system, and it will allow us to have a sustainable social support process. As to the dashboard of the social service providers, we have here some dashboards, and here you may see who are the social services providers. You may select the individual social service, and you may see it at the national level, at the regional level, and all this much simplifies the process of delivery of the state social support to the beneficiaries. And we are planning to develop further in future this process to have in place the digitalized case management. Socialized support, 6 services we believe will multiply this process to the other regions, but electronic case management is a human-oriented approach in social processes, is being implemented, and in August we are planning to implement it in the region. The Social Academy also working, and new services and documents, new services also could be obtained through the application. New services also will be implemented to the benefit of children, to the benefit of persons with disabilities. Volunteers platform also will be very suitable with the easy navigation in the smartphones. And we are building up these systems without budget disbursements, because all this done with the support of UNICEF and the World Food Program. And we are much thankful for this support, because digitalization in the time of war, it's not only affordability, accessibility to the services, and transparency. Another issue is the security and safety. You see, through these systems, we could provide also security and safety of our persons, because for us it's important also to speak about the analytical system. We have the vision on it already. We invite the partners to the process, and this will be the basis for in the future to have the open data from the stakeholders. The point is that if, for example, when we have certain allocations for this or that program, but several times in a year, you are supposed to change it. The system in place, it is not artificial intelligence, but it is a very smart, intelligent social sphere management. We have the state company, the state enterprise, that is more than 40 years old, and for us it's important that this system will give a full support to the single information register. It's a help desk in the QR code, and here we have a unique content. Maybe it is not of interest for the people, but if you work in the social sphere, with this QR code, you will have a chance to get all possible information and data as to the updates, life hacks, new functions in our subsystems. Speaking about our information center in the ministry, we speak about the system support and outreach with the other agencies. For us, it's important to provide a sound arc with the registers, and this also could be a helper for other ministries and agencies. Wrapping up my speech, I would like to thank the minister, Oksana Revkovich. She is the person who takes the lead in the digitalization processes in our ministry. Today, we are very modern ministry. We cannot build up new processes, services without the digital component. And such an approach is in place in our ministry. All new initiative, all new product, the changes of the current processes is due to invitation of digital technologies. And we thank also other line ministries that work in this process, and that's why we don't have a fragmented process. Actually, we provide digitalization in all the fields of activities of the ministry. Communication with citizens, making more comfortable environment for our visitors, and that's why please tell this story to the others and use our e-Dopamoga system. Thank you, Konstantin. No doubt Konstantin will be with us, and because we will have a wrap-up session closer to the end of the day. And I'd like to announce our second panel discussion topic, and the moderator is Vitaly Muzichenko. Let's applaud him, General Director of the Fund for the Protection of Individuals in Disabilities, with disabilities, and please, all the participants of this session, please get to us. Uliana Tokareva, Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine. Galina Tretyakova, the head of the Parliamentary Committee on Social Issues and Veterans Protection. Maria Karchevich, Deputy Head of the Ministry of Health on Digital Processes and Digitalization. Tetiana Lamakina, advisor to the President of Ukraine on the issues of no barrier access. Also, we have the representatives Igor Panchenko. He is the deputy head of Poltava Military Administration. We wish you the productive discussions. Vitaly, the floor is open for you. First of all, I would like to greet all of you and to thank all of you for the opportunity to be in this event. As it was said earlier, the issue of social sphere actually is critical for everyone. Giving support to individuals, as it is spelled out by our legislation, it is a priority. It means that we have heard that when individuals have this or that need, they should be given the national support when they build up the new family, when they give the birth of their children, in old age, and so on and so forth. It appeared that the earlier period, the social sphere and the contact between social services was built up on certain stereotypes. Normally it included a sort of a lengthy, time-consuming processes. And the issues of digitalizations, actually it was included in the agenda earlier for a number of years. But there were lots of talks around it. But now we can see certain meaningful changes. And actually, we see that it and my first topic I would like to cover in this panel discussion, actually the floor will be opened to Uliana Tokareva, but because you are in charge of this field of activities of the ministry, in London it was voiced that the main vision of the ministry is supporting through the life. And please inform us what is the vision of the ministry with regards to attaining of this purpose, of this objective. What services are in use, management issues, what is their impact on the implementation of these plans? Thank you, Vitaly. Greetings to all of you. For me, this event is very important, and we had very many discussions today on social support. And if we get back to 2016, the conference on development of social services, it took place in Lviv. And we were discussing the issues of digitalizations, examples from the experience and practices of other countries were provided. Today, the minister also mentioned that social services are critical in any phase of life of any individual. And for us, it's important to understand that state social services, it means social support. In 2022, more than 1.5 million persons were delivered the state support. These are the older people, people with disabilities. And today we had the information on the amount of payouts affected. We understand that these people were provided financial support. The main thesis is here it's necessary to have a sort of information, to keep the information centrally. Not always financial support could actually support the individual and to alleviate the status of the person, to take the person out of the hardships. We understand e-case management and digital case management is our current topic, and I will be brief. because it's important to hear the ideas of my colleagues in this panel discussion. 5 instruments today, they are on which we are working on. And in these 5 instruments, it's completely new instruments. The minister and Konstantin, they have already mentioned the register of providers and beneficiaries of these services. We started developing of this register earlier. This register is so critical for the reason that it is necessary to regulate the market of the social services providers. For us, it's important to understand what services are accessible, and for us it's important to get to the system when money go after individuals. We should not provide funding to the agencies, and the register of social services providers will allow us to see what is the potential and capacities of this or that provider. It could be certain specialists, crisis social workers. We will see how many professionals are available with this or that social provider, and then we will see whether we have a potential to deliver this social service, or we should work more on it. And also the digital instruments are so critical. The Social Academy portal is so important because through this we could deliver information on the new knowledge and skills. And if we implement the register on the social service providers, we will see how many people are engaged in social sphere, how we should strengthen this potential in order to provide the meaningful support to the citizens. Actually, with regards to the register of social services, with this also we could do the monitoring of the quality of services provided. We work on this, and one day we will find the answers. The third instrument is the e-case, electronic case management. It has been already discussed, and if we get back to the earlier period, how social services were delivered, we had a tab, and to this tab we had the package, information on the package of social services, and then the social worker actually selected it. Today it's a tab, and here we have loaded all the instruments in order to assess the need in social services of the individual. And it's important actually through this we can understand what providers of social services are available at the level of the individual community. And here we could also assess whether with this social service we have resolved the situation in the household and in the family. Why it is so important to cooperate with the other spheres.
The work with the family in the difficult life circumstances, not just to support with certain social services, disbursements, payments. This is involvement of other integrated services. A person would like to have a job, so we go to the employment center and involve this service. In order to overcome the situation and to go to the work, for instance, a child should be accommodated at the kindergarten, so we go to the area of education or get medical aid, etc., etc. All the time we communicate with other areas, and e-case management is given such an opportunity. we have opportunity to be integrated with other areas in order that all can jointly work on this case situation in a specific family and to help to this specific family. So this is actually, I would say, a golden dream that all social workers have to integrate with others, to have access to information about payments, about services that are available in community and other opportunities. Another important point in digital case management is to see what are the needs an individual would have, but the community would have, whether we can resolve the problems of this individual only with the financial aid or social services, or do we need to develop more extensive programs, housing programs that are very important, or the areas in the employment area. So this is for us would be an opportunity to raise these questions at all national level. If you talk about state or in each community to create their own systems to resolve these issues. Another instrument which is adjacent to that, and I think that Ms. Maria, Ms. Tatiana may talk about it. This is actually international classification of functionalities. This is the process that is very actively performed in the country. We pass from to see what something is wrong about this individual or limitations in terms of disability, for instance, in order to see what would be the support needed for this person to have a full swing life. In order to in addition to the Ministry of Health, we have a social sphere which is actually involved, because these are auxiliary methods of rehabilitations, prosthetics, and other important tracks. And we add what we add to the international classification of functionalities. Social sphere, social workers also is working on the estimate using digital instruments that can support a individual in this difficult period and to help it more quickly to overcome this complicated period of life to get support. In order to have that, we need to maximum extent to digitalize instruments of work on assessment of the status of an individual to maximum extent broadly to consider how we can add social services to that. I'm not saying about individuals with disabilities. I'm talking about aged people who are now using daycare facilities and geriatric facilities. But with all disorders that are living in psychoneurological boarding facilities. So this is the process of supported life there in order to give an opportunity to live there to individual in a family or in community. He or she had lived before. This is what Ms. Minister mentioned during her presentation, that it's important to us to provide a family support to this individual. In order to have that, we need to make it accessible at the level of community. So international classificator of social intervention and other progressive instruments may help because unconditionally they are all digitalized. And the last, which I would like to stop on, this is issue of consultation. If you will look at social services that are the most needed amongst Ukrainians, these are the services of information and consultations. It's they take much time of social workers, and digital instrument which permits to take this load and to provide answers to the most frequently asked questions and give the information that a person could individually take the decision and resolve the issues he or she has. Of course, it's needed. So these 5 instruments will permit to us not only to decrease the load on social workers and give them the opportunity to work more with families, point by point to resolve the issues they face and Ukrainian families would face, but to make this process to maximum extent transparent, which is now very necessary for a social area. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Uliana. I think that the use of integrated approach in terms of provision of social process and digitalization, this is the correct way to reach the results. So, I would like also to give you an example. You have specific results, and from the point of view of specific results, last year we had, by joint efforts of Parliament and the Office of the President of the Ministry, changed certain mechanisms in terms of control over employment of people with disabilities, and in fact the administering of responsibility of employers that do not provide such actions. And this year, in fact, we have a 3 times fold increase of planned parameters on replenishment of special fund of the budget to implement support actions for people with disabilities. And Ms. Galina, the next question is to you. Today the committee is working on the preparation to the second reading of the legislative initiatives, law drafts, in terms of stimulation, incentives and extension of opportunities of people with disabilities. And considering today's challenging factor of law, these are important things. So what is your perspective of adoption of these legislative amendments and their implementation? Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank to all our international partners that since February 24 permitted us to maintain the whole social area finance. Due to that, we have social well-balanced situation and payments to teachers and all the benefits, disbursements that should be given to citizens in hard life conditions and circumstances. So thank you, our partners. Secondly, I'm very glad with the fantastic presentation of the Ministry of Social Policy and Deputy Minister, and very high quality of state public service and electronic services which are given by the team. I'm talking about Office of the President, Yulia Sokolovska. She works a lot, but as Kostya said, that under the cover in back office operations, nobody would see these people. So thank you to Member of Parliament who are voting to these law drafts, and their standpoint is frequently as like not nice, where this very bad for the people in our committee. We overcome these things. And today we see the results of this 4-year work and the work that is done under in the kitchen. It will increase the quality of services of the Ukrainian, and state should come to the help when individual would have difficult life circumstances. Sorry that we don't have a panel on employment, because the law draft mentioned by Vitaly 5344, which is very difficult to go through the parliament in terms of employment. I'd like to say that a transition to digital state in Ukraine is done not as it sounds. Mr. Konstantin said a little bit, but I would go in depth. Usually under digitalization we mean programming or transition to servicing by a machine, by software of some processes that are sustainable. Our digitals in Ukraine are clearly different from such approach, because during auditing of those sustainable mechanisms, how that car or engine is working of the social source, it was kind of solid. We got it from old Soviet system where there were no understanding what are difficult life circumstances. It appeared in 2021 in legislation only. So the approach to the aid was different from the one which is the civilization would have. So all systems are resisting, and they don't want to pass to new fundamentals. So this normal conservative process in any country, but the resistance that we have in social system, it appeared because more than 30 years of independence, there were no reforms from the point of view of funding, non-institutionally, but targeted service was not founded. There were no such a reform like in the ministry, in the healthcare, when we step back from the financial of communal facilities to services. Regardless of the fact that we have a lot of law drafts in committee providing the reforms for pension fund, electronic labor book, electronic sick leave, automatic accrual of pension, but we will come to that during our cadency. Transforming a pension fund to a large disbursement mechanism that would be very nicely administered. Probably this is one of the best disbursement mechanisms that is administered the best in the country. And this permitted us 2 years ago to take adoptions to amendments to legislation with additional functions, servicing Darina Marchak, that rose Darina Marchak, that rose through us back 16 years ago. First social right that a man should have, this is a right to labor, provision that Ukrainians should be economically active and work optimistically from the philosophy of the Vienna, that today we have two armies of feeders and those who develops in civil sector whatever needed for the country, and the army who protects us, our military. So with this understanding, we have to approach to every hard life circumstance and to help to a person to return to economic independent life, which is important. And for this 5343D law draft would help to people with disability, regardless whether it is military or civil. We have a lot of civils that on the rocket shelling lost their functions. So these people should actively return back to life and be independent, because this is independence, economic independence, is a decent life. But the cassation of court didn't give us the explanation what is a decent life and what are the conditions of decent life. Except poverty, we have a challenge of a just taxation of families. We have a flat system of taxation for individuals, and the family is taken from the low level of income, regardless of the fact, whatever dependence family would have. So we go back to a family. We should not tax families that we return through social model. We have to provide incentives that the low level of a member of household taxation would not be accrued or been returned back to family like any civilized country does. Demographic challenges, very difficult. Each third Ukrainian is individual who is a pensioner getting funding from social insurance funds. So next challenge, this is understanding, including budget. And budget, we had head of the budget, they didn't mention there's a problem. The provision of funds of social insurance, which is frankly in our areas the state budget uses. And thank you for the state budget for these funds of social insurance, but the approaches to budgeting of all public finances and the interaction of state funds with the funds of social insurance there is no such a line in the budget code of Ukraine, and it permits to perform procedures of loans from the systems of social insurance. We have 4 of them, and it doesn't make the system transparent. So the transparency of this system of social insurance, decrease of expense ratios, as our experts in foreign experts say, the cost for servicing. This is up to regulation by legislation. The reform, which we are naming the accession to pension fund, is creation of the basis of pension fund disbursement agency, where we have to adjourn the payments on unemployment. In any case, this reform brought at least 8 billions of hryvnia of not additional taxes from Ukrainians, but those disbursements that we could concentrate and efficiently transfer to the protection of individuals. On palliative care, which we had a problem, Ukrainians felt that after this reform, its implementation, the delays in terms of disbursements on electronic sick leaves are being stopped. Today it is paid day per day. So there is a problem which is related that in Ukraine until now there is no methodology for calculation of harm inflicted to health and life and transformation of life, of personal space, that the people with the lost functionality could take foods, hygienic procedures, etc., like before. But also transformation of labor space, equipment, which we are talking in this law draft 5343D, that we create standards of transformation of working place to be convenient for individual with different types of disabilities, and we provide social accompaniment. So the implication of the adoption of this law draft will be the system of subsidies for job places for people with disabilities, of other facilities, organizations.
And here in this draft law also we have one more issue, that the quota of the persons with disabilities should not cover the civil service. And after adoption of this draft of the law in the second hearing, we will start work on this field. Together with the Minister of Health in 2019, they had lots of discussions with regards to whether the rehabilitation should be the mandate of the Ministry of Health or Ministry of Social. But actually, we have the National Procure Service, and here we understand that after all the nosologies, all the support to be done, because we have established multidisciplinary disciplinary teams. For us, it's important to provide not only meaningful service, but to provide the controls over it. For us, it's important also to have digital procedures and call centers that also widely in use in our public sphere. There are issues related to the areas after the rules of the national and international courts. After these rules, the issue is that we cannot provide these compensations. The point is that for a certain period, this pays after the rule of the court were not provided in Ukraine for a long time, because there is no financial affordability with the state budget. accumulated pensions, the issues in relation to the payouts done through the social model to be digitalized. When we compensate damage to the health through the Russians' invasion, all these also to be in place. For us, it's important to have such a register, because one day we should put these claims to Russia in order to cover the spendings from our budget and to have the regress-based procedure in order to compensate each individual who had the health damage. The controlling function is also important, and the role of the MPs. We understand, according to the social polls, there is not enough confidence from all the individuals to this level of governance. We understand that in the social sphere, it's important to understand that the draft law we are discussing now, it will be meaningful, it will have positive implications. And we understand that the process of hearing is sometimes really tough, and let's applaud all the MPs who voted to the draft law 5343, because it will be beneficiary for all of us. Thank you very much, Mrs. Galina. It's important you mentioned that we have lots of challenges in the context of the work resource recovery, economy recovery, and we should employ all the potential and capacities available. And we understand without high-quality rehabilitation systems for persons with disabilities, we cannot have this process in place. Rehabilitation, prosthetics of the military, of civilians is very important. Our next topic to be discussed in this session is the issue changes in approaches as to the medical social expertise, how we may introduce digital solutions in this sphere, actually what is the progress in the Ministry of Health, and what is the talk between the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Social Policy in this regard. Thank you very much. Really, it's my pleasure to be here in order to synchronize our visions, our plans with regards to the reforms implemented. We understand that we have roadmaps on the digital projects, and for us it's important that these projects, they are linked to digitalization of the processes with regards to the accessibility of health services. And we understand that health sector and social sector goes hand in hand, and for us it's very important also digitalization of sick leaves processes. Digitalization, it's not a simple transfer from the paperwork to the digitalization work. For us, it's important to make these processes more in higher standards. We live in the wartime, and we have actually two segments in the policy formation. We should provide the early response on the ongoing issues and more global changes that require both resources and timing. And we have updated rehabilitation system that has been introduced with the Ministry of Social Policy. Last week we had a large-scale event, and we may state that we have certain success compared to other countries. The second reform on which we are working in cooperation with other ministries and agencies, that is work with the persons with disabilities and special needs. Because today we understand that the number of this in this category is much higher, and for us it's important to put on focus not only on social rehabilitation, health rehabilitation. For us, it's important to deliver them meaningful support in order they will be back to the social life and be an active participants in the life by social approaches. For us, it's important to treat the situation not from the angle of the diagnosis, but for us, it's important to bring back the person to the active social life, to compensate the functionality of the person. And here we have certain issues to be in focus. The use of international qualification as to the health limitations, as to the employment, education, and so on. This will be the instrument that will allow specialists in all the spheres to talk to in one language and to assess the current status of the person with special needs, and then to assess these needs and to deliver meaningful support in order to bring these people back to active social life. As to the services to be delivered here, no doubt we will be relying on the international experience. We understand we have a shallow budget, and allocations of the budget should be most effective and efficient. And specifically, this reform is accompanied with the digitalization. For us, it's important to modernize the information systems in many ministries, and then the persons with the special needs and disabilities could get to them. For us, it's important to understand when documents and services go after individuals. We understand that this requires certain efforts both on the part of stakeholders and partners. We understand war has changed life of many of us, and the principles we worship today are important because each person is meaningful. The person in the front, the person who works at the workplace. I understand that we work to the benefit of victory, and we will continue implementation of the reforms. Thank you, Maria. It's true that digitalization without interaction between the ministries and agencies was nothing. And Konstantin actually showed that digitalization of social sphere implies information data sharing in order to have this machine running. Actually, you work on no barrier access for different categories of individuals. The point is that in the society, in principle, we understand what is the infrastructure, no barrier access, but there are some other profiles for low mobility individuals. And my question is, how do you work in the area as to the accessibility of the public services and how digitalization could assist this process? Good afternoon to all of you. And I will elaborate on this thought of Maria. And we understand each of us has certain is meaningful. If we lose mobility, if we lose the sight, this can happen with us. And this will be meaningful for us, for our families and employers. We have conducted large-scale studies how war affects the people who have this or that disabilities. Information campaigns don't work. And we have actually asked the people the right to imagine how you will be living if you have this or that disability. This is a hard experience. And then we have identified two issues that could assist us in changing in attitudes and the space. That is a special experience, personal experience in work with people with disabilities and without disabilities. And for us, it's important for us how we could provide it as a state. The law 5344, that is the plan of actions on no barrier access, experienced specialists, those who lost their sight, those who lost their motion, they could work also as doctors, they could also as social workers, and they could work shoulder to shoulder with us. It's a theory. 1 week ago, I visited Vinnytsia to see how in Vinnytsia they implement no barrier access approaches. In one space, I saw a sort of a very serious solutions. This space is located in the basement facility, and they said we have a specialist and she's in a wheelchair. And for us, it's important to understand when we provide real and digital services, it's important to understand that the employee who uses digital services could be the person who lost partly or completely this sight. It could be the person who partly lost mobility, for example, finger mobility. When we have shelling, we understand that it raises our anxiety. We cannot concentrate, and in this time, we understand we actually played it and imagine how people live with these disabilities. We understand that all the services should be adopted for the people with disabilities. Digital services to be implemented with the Ministry of Social Services. They will rely on the national standard. And for us, it's important to make the next step. The resolution will be taken. It has been discussed for 6 months. It's necessary to adopt that resolution. It runs that all digital services should be accessible and in line with the European standards. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you, Tatiana. The next speaker will be Mr. Tigach. You represent your domain of interest is the study on quality of services delivered. Your vision on the status with this and quality is the issue. We understand good afternoon, colleagues. Asking your first question, what is my vision as to the status of quality? We are active for 20 years, and the depth of this process is very important. We are talking over very many technical issues. Also, there are more issues related to human beings. How we can improve services. 20 years ago, we took a decision we should work to the benefit of the people, improving the life quality of these people, because the quality of life is very critical. Over the 20 years, we are the largest fund in the European area. We deliver services to 240,000 people. We deliver medication together with the for the people, HIV people and AIDS positive people. We have many social workers. In 1 week, they could deliver more than 500,000 services. Together, the World Food Programs, we covered normally 1,200,000 people. All our systems, they are digitalized. We have patented certain products, data check product, and here in real time we may see a number of services, beneficiaries, quality of services to verify certain parameters with regard to certain individuals, and together with the Ministry of Health, we have built up a health. We were the technical partner at the time. We were working on the technical solution. We actually also gave support on the procurement of medical services through the Prezora platform. And the Center of Public Health actually has these procurements, and today actually they implement data check software provided in order to understand with whom they will work in future.
So we imported more than 50 planes of technical assistance. We have only one desire that we would like to understand for ourselves. We would like that any person in Ukraine can get mobile phone, choose a provider of social service, and understanding that the state will pay for this, and to receive a quality service. We understand that this paperwork should be, go in the past. So we now understand that we fight at the front line to exist, and here we fight in order to build. We don't have any other way how to build a new system or to digitalize it, to make it accessible. We talk a lot about beneficiary of a service. Let's understand that providers should also to maximum extent work in comfortable quality conditions. They should also can verify the service, how it was rendered, and to provide to people a quality life. Thank you. Thank you to the ministry, that the ministry provides big attention in terms of actions for this issue, and many cases will be completed, and we are ready to stand with you shoulder to shoulder to complete these processes. That this process will not be destroyed, because in the end we can understand and live when our people will get quality medical services. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Dmitro. Next question to Mr. Igor, the representative of Poltava Oblast Administration. Uliana mentioned that the register of social providers is the basis to create a transparent market. How do you see how it impacted and the deployment of this register to the work on social workers in your region? I would like to ask you very short. The implementation of this register of providers and beneficiaries positively impacted on the quality of the services. As Mr. Konstantin said, that the given register is for Minso's policy. It is a basic for single, but for us it is fundamental. We create a transparency policy for territorial communities. They understand that they, in real-time mode of operation, they can see the list of all social providers. These providers understand that the approach is changing, and business process of interaction with the local self-governance and state is changing as well. And if you say by thesis and shortly, even such elementary efficient decisions like implementation of paperless, you don't have to report to Minso's policy all this information in the given register, and this is already is one of the small victories. But if to search for this information around the country, we can see what actually what volume of paper we destroyed. So it provides competition between providers, integrity, competition between providers of social services, because this register, as it also is published, it is opened as a dashboard, and further on this will be an open data register, or state or social responsible businesses will be providing cool services when an individual would get information maximum in accessible way, and there's a first and secondly after he or she would get the service to provide the feedback to what extent the quality was good enough. It will be additionally favoring the development of the given track. What we learned, and we understand that the given register will foster the fight with the illegal providers of social services. There are some cases in the country, and we understand this. This is our disadvantage, setback of the oblast and community, that we didn't bring the list of providers to our citizens. If the register would be opened, would be a service when a person comes to a provider of service, social service, and to see whether it is in the register, is it verified or not, there will be no issues. In terms of beneficiaries, it's an important element which gives opportunity also in real time, and Poltava region is in pilot registers these applications. So the state, we have to provide focus on the services that are in the list, whether to focus this work in this year, another year, in 5 years, to focus attention on some additional services. We learned the experience of 2022. The most popular service was care about individual, and second runs the social aid. We understand that due to this register and analytics committees may strengthen this work. So digitalization, as previous speakers mentioned, it's not about creation of some digital solution. This is about a change of business processes. So we do hope that this fundament is already laid down, and we will better optimize all these business processes. And big thanks to the team of Minson's Policy for your drive, for your active work, dark in regime non-stop that you implement today. And we are very actively work with all the ministries. Minson's Policy, we work in 2 times bigger. Thank you, Mr. Konstantin. We would like to take participation in joint project and develop the given track. Thank you, Mr. Igor. I would like to thank to all of our speakers for your participation and the input you invest in the development of this process. I'd like to remind you that the digital solution, these are instruments, and important here we have people, workers that do this, who work in this system. So I would like to thank, and we have to all thank to all those people involved, workers that perform these changes, and to our social workers in localities, to all those who are working in the system. Thank you. Thank you to all the participants. Let's again. Moderator Muzyczenko, Uliana Tokareва, Tretьякова, Karchevich, Lomakina, Tigich, Panchenko. We thank you, guys. Shortly, we have coffee break. This is the most pleasant news from me. You can talk in unofficial situation.
Тому що у нас була затримка і доволі, в принципі, немаленька. Тому, будь ласка, слідкуйте і слухайте мої оголошення. Як тільки я буду запрошувати вас в наш основний зал, це означає, що наш вже по завершенню кавабрейку перший виступ починається. Всім смачного, всім запашної бадьорої кави. Підкріпляйтеся, набирайтеся сили калорій на майбутню програму нашого Digital Social Forum.
про наші цілі, як ми людей із складних життєвих обставин в нормальне економічне життя виводимо, і що цифрові сервіси допомагають.
Да.
В моїй презентації більше був фокус на цю нашу
Так, ну давайте, я вже з'явився на цій сцені. В принципі, я порозмовляю зараз прямо з основної сцени, щоб ви почули, що ми вже починаємо. Потягну ще 2 хвилини. Друзі, колеги, звернення до вас. Ви розумієте, що всі гості... Да, можна оплески подарувати, що всі, хто затримується...
Well, time to get back to the conference hall. Well, we understand that we have many guests here, and
Основної зали ми вже починаємо. Я розумію, що коли ви почуєте в мікрофон голос саме не мій, да, не модератора, а вже виступаючого, ви точно приєднаєтеся, але все одно було б дуже коректно побачити вас в залі. Взагалом запрошуємо. Ну і давайте тоді, якщо в мене є ще хвилинка пауза, поки до нас всі приєднаються, я зараз продублюю цю інформацію з технічною складовою. Друзі, навушники, пам'ятаєте, будь ласка, да, червоний канал, червона кнопка – це англійський переклад синхронний, ну і зелена – це українська мова. Це по-перше. По-друге, у нас, я так розумію, буде транслюватися ще і жестова мова на цій плазмі. Так само нагадаю, да, і продублюю інформацію, якщо лунатиме тривога, то на нас це в жодному разі не впливає, а я думаю, що все буде і так все прекрасно, без зайвих випадків непотрібних. Тому знову запрошую всіх повертатися в зал. Нагадаємо, що сьогодні у нас, да, це вже друга частина, це вже ми за екватором Digital Social Forum, головним хештегом якого є «Формуємо спроможність замість залежності». Digital Social Forum організований Міністерством соціальної політики України, а вже ж у партнерстві з Всесвітньою продовольчою програмою ООН та Дитячим фондом ЮНІСЕФ, за що ми безмежно вдячні нашим вірним друзям і партнерам, і про це ми сьогодні вже неодноразово казали і уточнювали. Я вибачаюся у синхронних перекладачів за те, що я поспішаю. Це не від мене залежить. Просто хочу нагнати темп і людей, учасників залу.
well, I'd like to get back all the participants. Let's applaud to each other. The next session will be devoted to our special guest, Vice Premier, the Minister of Digital Transformation, Mikhailo Fedorov. Actually, dear involvement and digitalization in Ukraine. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's nice that we have such event. It goes in order to strengthen communication for our partners. It's important to have understanding how it is critical in order to accumulate energy resources, in order to implement all the plans. I see many people here who transform the social sphere in this country. I would like to detail you on the following, that how we interact with the Ministry of Social Policy, what we have done, what we are doing, what we plan to do. And we have a very fruitful work together, and the vision of the processes is clear. We have the continuous expertise on the process. We have the common vision. The social sphere, you probably do know better than me. That is our budget spendings on social sphere are the largest. It's the most budget-intensive sphere, and it's a very critical field and area. We understand many services to be in place, and we should actually be very efficient from the viewpoint of transparency of the processes and use of resources. I'd like to start with the following. Before I start discussing the social sphere, what is de-application? More than 19 million Ukrainians, they use de-application, and we have launched a number of services in DIA. We have also lots of partners who share the information, either in or out. And also, over the past year, we launched dozens of services. And here I am after Amanda Powers administrator meeting, and we presented recovery of the processes and services. One of the most critical services actually fully linked to the recovery plans. We have the bonds, housing, and some services to be delivered to the teachers, to the military. And here also IDP support. It is the most critical service to be supported because this service actually is fully in line with our ideology. It is fully automated, and we believe that what we are planning with regards to DIA, we plan to have it in automatic mode, and minimum humans intrusion will be here. Actually, our attempt is to have largely automated processes. This approach is very economic from the viewpoint of the financial resources and the anti-corruption efforts. If we look at the anti-corruption effect over the past year, if we compare past year indicators and today's, we believe that 50 billion hryvnias, this will be the saved resource due to the fact that they have not been moving, that they used effectively their work hours, and if you take, for example, licensing process for the construction works, also and certification of the marine workers and brokerage services, also digitalization allows us to have good savings in the resources and to channel these resources to support the persons who need it. And together with all the agencies and ministries, we are working on the digitalization to launch the information systems and to use effectively all the resources. We may see what are the key benefits of the introduction of the digitalized systems. I'd like to voice that the services we launched to support IDPs, initially it was not automated, but then we transferred to the automated mode. The satisfaction rate was much higher. It is one of the most popular services supported by DIA application because millions of the clients of this service, we see that 200,000 people actually covered with the automated servicing. And when, for example, we launch canceling via DIA, also it is very convenient, and this allows us to use effectively, efficiently the budget resources, because actually some clicks and you may cancel this or that service. All this cycle with regards to the IDP support, you may get it through DIA app, and also we have launched together with the Ministry of Social Policy and Pension Fund, actually the pension certificates also are issued through the DIA app, and it's so easy to get it issued because people find themselves in different circumstances. Together with a team from the ministry, actually the certificate on the service time and work experience also could be provided through this DIA app. We understand it's sometimes difficult to update this or that process, to re-engineer this process, to implement the software. We understand that operationally it's a complex process, but today the level of this service is also, because for us it's important important to assess the services delivered, and we acknowledge this, that it is of a high quality. Actually, signing of pension payouts and our task here to have these services fully automated. Today, these services are supported by DIA portal, and today also e-Malatko, e-infant service also is available. We would like to have them fully proactive, because with time you get closer to the pension age. It is so easy, because choose this or that card on which you will have your pension payouts. Because for us there is no room in order to prove evidence that you have this or that working record and so on and so forth. And in infant is a very interesting service. 60% of infants we have, actually they are given the so-called infant support. And the point is that we have a large-scale invasion, and many medical settings, they stop their operation, and we have slightly low number of those. It's a comprehensive service, and the Ministry of Social Policy took an active part in launching this service. It's a comprehensive. 9 services could be obtained through the e-infant program. Very important services is with adaptation services that are available. We are working on them. These are very critical services, and here we have room to work on it, what to be improved. But the most important for us, that the Office of the President and those who are responsible for this project, actually they take a leadership, and they try to implement these services in the shortest possible timing. That is assistance to the single mothers, for example, also if, for example, if in adaptation the family adopts the child with disability, assistance to the children in disability. This is in our focus. We are working on interactions and connections in order to the minister will have all the necessary resources. Once the stop shop is actually very important approach, because we should have in one place all the services delivered, and we understand through the year, and by the end of the year we will try to enlarge the number of services to be delivered through the DIA app to our citizens. We understand it's a sort of a very complex project. It is one of the largest in scale project, but changes take place, and it inspires us. And we continue our implementation of the digitalized system of the social sphere. From the very beginning of setting up of our ministry, Julia, our colleague, actually was supporting also the deputy minister, also who is in charge of this area, also is very supportive. The digital team and donors, they work in close cooperation, because they have a vision where to move, and where by 2020 we did not have a single vision. But now we have a real vision, what are our objectives. Donors also give financial support to implement this project. We do re-engineering. For us, it's important not to digitalize a sort of a chaotic process. For us, it's important. It's a task that will simplify life and make services more transparent. We understand that more and more services will be automated and they will be supported by DIA app. And we understand that many more people today understand that we live in the digitalization era. The institute, for us, it's we speak about the Ministry of Digitalization. We also make an attempt to invite to the process proactive leaders in digital processes. We have such units in 17 ministries, and if we speak about the processes at the level of the region. Here also the regional offices also are assisted in order to implement these processes and to have them in place. Implementation actually is so critical because we can adopt the law and sub-laws, but it doesn't mean that the project will be implemented effectively and efficiently. My thanks go to the partners who assist this project. We have thousands and thousands of smaller scale sub-projects, and for us it's important to have them launched. We see many partners and the key partners' names are given on this slide. I'd like to thank all those who are present here. In the framework of the implementation of this reform, it's important to have the resource support, but the most important is the expert support, because each individual project, it requires the experts, and they, with their skills and knowledge, assist us in preparing policy papers, design the services from the viewpoint of logics. Once again, would like to thank you. I'd like to thank all the donors, all representatives of the Office of the President, the Ministry. We will go with you shoulder by shoulder in order to have these projects implemented. We understand that social sphere should be a sort of a pop culture. My understanding is that every individual should understand what is social sphere, where the focal point is individual. Thank you, and we will serve your needs of the ministry, and we will serve all the individuals. Mikhailo Fedorov. We apologize because there was some delay, certain delay, but a good sign that now we will open the final panel discussion. And here on the stage we will have many panelists. The panel discussion 3, digital solutions to secure the best interests of people. Irina is the head of coordination center on child care. We have 50 minutes for these panel discussions. Then participants in the Nazar Tanasishin, Deputy Head on Social Policy, the Ministry of Social Policy. Mikita Paturaev, the Head of the Committee in the Parliament on Information Policy. Also, Dmitro Lubinets is the ombudsman. On human rights, Natalia Gerasimchuk, advisor to the President of Ukraine on child rehabilitation, Vasyl Lutsik, as the head of the National Service of Ukraine, Viktor Gradievsky, please got to us, deputy head of the Zhytomyr military administration. Jim Choi also will join us. She is the head of the child protection unit, UNICEF. The panel discussion is started. To the benefit of the best interests of children, so we understand it in the context of the today's situation in Ukraine. Actually, today we protect our independence, we think about our future. Today we prepare our new vision, our new strategies as to for the future, in the best interest of children. Our best narrative is that all we do today is to the benefit of children, recovery, developing of new technologies, economic development. All this is done to the best benefit of children. The child should be our focal interest. And we do this to the benefit of children. And today, the Office of the President, the government, they try to transform and to prioritize the strategy on the child growth and development. Lots has been done with regards to the international standards, and we are looking for the new approaches in order not to have the situation as we had, but to do everything much better. Digital solution will give a strong support to these processes. And we would like to discuss today what we have today, what is our vision for the future, and what is the vision of stakeholders, because stakeholders are those who have a real interest in this topic. Therefore, what we'll discuss such an, I address this question to Nazar, Deputy Head of the Ministry of Social Policy. What is the vision of the ministry as to the child rights protection? Thank you.
Дочекались до цієї.
When we talk about digitalization and provision of protection of children's rights, I think that first of all we understand that we incline to the thought that we're talking about accounting of children, but digitalization in the area to protect the rights of children, this is not accounting. It's not only registers that permit to have the number of children, or there's other features. So digitalization, these are first of all the opportunities which permit to make digital instruments in the area of protection of children's rights. First of all, this is optimization of all processes. It's clear digital instruments permit to scale up fast and to cover the major part of customers. We heard a few times about the service e-infant, e-Malyatka. This is 250,000 born children per year, and all their parents may register their children via DIA app. This is a quick and with maximum coverage of the number of citizen. A next digital instrument which we utilize efficiently today, this is tracing funds We are talking about transparency of funds, that we have to provide a principle that the money goes after the child. So our instrument is e-health is a bright example how digitalization in the area of protection human children's rights permit to trace how the money goes, budget funds go, and permit to parents to make a choice of better facility where they would like that their children would be recreated. Digitalization may bring also, first of all, in a first glance, some platitude things like to outreach abroad. There was a resolution taken about the principle and the procedure of adopting of children abroad, and distant interviews permitted a few candidates to adopt children. Because of internet, we couldn't imagine that before. Digitalization helps also that, for instance, when we are talking about responsible services, for instance, fostering adoption, or due to digital instruments, we can accompany a person who would take this responsible decision. We can support it due to consultation during digital process at every phase and trace his her desire or not. We are living in a digital world, and as Miss Irina said, it's difficult to ignore what is evident. So all children are living in digital world. They are super users of mobile internet computer hardware. We have to learn from them and use the instruments that are clear to them to use this area, but for what? Not to be simultaneous with them. This is will be traced back by the basis of any architecture, any decision in the area of digital and protection rights of children. There will be this approach, which we should change a technical approach, because formally this principle is in the legislation, but in order to implement it, we need to use digital instruments at the most to implement into life. Maybe it will be not so just example. Imagine a child in internet is waiting for candidate for fostering, for adoptive father, and this child has no choice. A child who is waiting that there will be parents coming to his is under the choice whether to accept the first who would enter the door and understand that their boarding life is over, or further be living in the boarding school. So in my opinion, I think that such approach is more oriented to those who want to be adoptive parents and doesn't consider all the interests of a child. So we have to exert more efforts and maximum think about how it would be better for a child. So these answers to the question of what would be better for the interests of a child will be the basis of any digital solution. We want to reformat the system which is in place. Database or accounting in the area of children's protection of children's rights, and to build a new system which will not be statistically accounting system, but also will be tracing the way of a child from the birth to 23 years old age, and due to the exchange of data between other stakeholders, it will signal the system, and we can detect the risks or certain warnings, precautions of risks to which we could respond. What I'm talking about, for instance, a child didn't get vaccination. We understand that due to the exchange of data with Ministry of Health, of Ukraine, child, we need to just find out why this vaccination didn't happen. So this is a philosophy and a multi-level idea, but we want for the help with these services and exchange of data with different systems and the central body of executive power. We could detect and warn the risks and also to trace the interventions, how the state intervened and accompanied a child or a family in complicated life circumstances. So the approach when the interest of a child should be in the center, child-centered approach. This is what we are going to, and we will be guided during the elaboration of any digital solution. Thank you so much. We will be talking about general things dealing with the national level. Also, we will be talking about specific groups of children who are in need in protection and support at most. As you know, by the initiative of President, coordination steering headquarters been created, and in this track, all stakeholders united in order to return our children, deported children, abducted children back to Ukraine. It's important for the president, for our country, that our children should be at home and should be returned back today. But it's quite a lengthy process, and it requires big teamwork. Recently, a Center of Protection of Children's Rights was opened, and during the opening, we discussed the targets and the route of a child, and we would like to talk about how digital solutions may help to return our children back to Ukraine with Mr. Lubinets. Thank you. Thank you, esteemed colleagues, esteemed partners. First of all, I would like to thank you for the initiative of such a forum, because in fact Ukrainian public, not only Ukrainian, as maximum extent is developing, digitalized, and it should be done in the future. In terms of children, first, I divide our internal work and what is dependent on us and what is unfortunately not dependent on us. First, from us, we verify our children, which are now in temporary occupied territories of Ukraine and the territory of Russian Federation. And here, the task number one, to maximum extent, quickly to elaborate verified data, in my opinion.
База даних.
We need a database, maybe DNA database, because children are growing fast, and Russian Federation clearly understand they do everything possible to block the process of returning Ukrainian children back. In a year, after 10 years, how to return the same Ukrainian child back? So we will come to that eventually, and such a database should be existing, a DNA database, so relatives give samples, and after some time, this child, when it will be adult, if will not be returned back, find its code and would understand that he or she coming from Ukraine originally. So we need to work out with the international partners the process of returning of Ukrainian children back. They say we are ready to favor you. Look, how many the so-called new peaceful initiatives appeared for the last month. Whoever comes to Kiev and they say we are ready to help in returning children back. When I meet them, first question, do you have a confirmation that Russian Federation is ready to return at least one child back? At least one. A few times we provided separate cases. I don't like this word case, but we use it. Here we have a specific child, parents in Ukraine, the child in territory of RF. please return through via your countries from us to us. So, as a rule, these peaceful initiatives are ended in just blah blah blah. They leave, and we are here with our problem left. But we do not stop at this. We search for Ukrainian children in the territory of Russian Federation and on temporary occupied territories. 90% we do this for the account of digital approaches. We work a colossal volume of info. We see videos from news streams. We search for faces of children. Then the system of recognition is implemented, and there are platforms like OSIM, others that work and help to NGOs, even help to some representatives of the international community help the Wales Institute of United States, who has found information and published it publicly that Russian Federation created the so-called educational centers for re-upbringing of Ukrainian children. This is a bright indicator how digital change works in the modern world. I don't know how they did it, but I understand that there are no representatives on the territory of Russian Federation, and there will be in no forthcoming time at all. So information is in place and is searched by digital instruments. Should we develop it? Yes, so sure. Today, using this opportunity, I would like to address to all IT specialists of the world that the process of returning Ukrainian children back, we ask to involve all these IT experts. We need the creation of a separate program with the elements of AI, which will help you to verify Ukrainian children, to find them in different ways at the territory of RF, temporary occupied TOT, and to help to process this big volume information, to verify, to confirm that these are a Ukrainian child, and after that to help us to return it back. Why Russia doesn't give any information? Because the process of verification, if Russia will give opportunity to confirm that this is a Ukrainian child and it is located on territory of RF publicly, it will be forced whether to explain why they do not give it back, this Ukrainian child, or it's the issuance of 2 orders for Putin and for Belova Lvova is justified, because I'm not the court, I cannot confirm, but in the opinion of judges of ICC, there are all the evidences and grounds that they committed a war crime, the abduction of Ukrainian children. So the process of verification should be continued. We need help, and at this conference we look for new approaches, platforms, new IT experts who would be able to help us. The process would not be fast. To complete my presentation, you see that in Ukraine managed to return just not a big number of 383 children been returned back, 383 children, and lastly 385 final figure. And likewise, for today, we didn't have no favor from the side of international community except the words and desire to help us. Also, we didn't have any favoring from the Russian Federation. Oppositely, we observe that Russian Federation does all the possible to block the process of returning of Ukrainian children back home. So new digital mechanisms are needed, so please be involved. We have brilliant speakers. They know all the answers to the questions, and we will be the first panel to be on time. In the first days of the war, we all saw the creation of the portal like Digital Solution, Children of War, And here we have a person present here initiated this creation. What are the children of war? Miss Irina, tell us please why it helps Ukraine. Thank you for the invitation that I can be present here. In fact, it's inspiring whatever my colleagues say. Each word is like a new fresh air. Our panel discussion name, this is provision of the best interest of a child. For me, this is opportunity for every child to implement their rights absolutely without barriers. Unfortunately, war takes all the rights from a child. And we, as a country, we should do everything possible to stop the aggressor and stop revocation of rights of children. Also, we have to do everything to protect them. So I think that if near future, after our victory, we will say that we are not protecting children's rights, we do everything possible that they should freely use them, should not be protected. But now it should be like a nice dream. I would like to say that today Ukrainian children, they lose families. Today Ukrainian children have psychological traumas, serious ones that will require serious treatment, and unfortunately our children even left without identity to an own nation. As ombudsman said that a lot of children been abducted, relocated, illegally migrated, so and they are left without national identity. All these problems is and was for us as a state motivated to create new services for digitalization of certain processes that had been in place. Now I would like to share, I know that there is a portal Children of War, but I would like to share one story that inspired me in the morning and moved me a lot, touched me a lot. So I said that during the war many children lose their families, and today Minister Fedorov said about the process of digitalization, of the process of fostering creation of family, forms of upbringing. I would like to thank UNDP, UNICEF for cool cooperation in this process, but I would like to say also that there is Victoria, a girl who lost 9 relatives during one Russian attack. I think many of you saw in social networks. It's quite a story well known, and she lost every relative. She was traumatized heavily, and 8 months it happened. So I was not very active to observe the rehabilitation of this girl, and today in the morning I see that girl is running, but 8 months she was barely walking and had a limited functioning of the hand. What was inspiring for me that he was ran to the for adoptive father and mother because she was beyond the institutional. She went to a foster house, so she was adopted in foster family. Really cool.
And that are being implemented, they show very good results. Last year, after the presidential order, we set up the coordination board, and it is chaired by Andrei Yermak, the head of the presidential office. And actually, they provided this single national platform, Children in War. We understand we should provide a sort of a relevant response. We should provide such a channel of communication that will allow us to get together all the ministries, agencies who collect the data, who document the data on the crimes committed with regards to the Ukrainian children. For us, it was very important to provide the statistical data. The data is not ideal. We understand we should work more on the data, but all this allowed us to have certain understanding what is the magnitude of these processes. And for us, it's important to understand that allocation of children, the fact of forced displacement, the fact of citizenship change, the fact of adaptation, all these issues to be monitored. All the processes that are digitalized, they bring services closer to the people. Children in War portal allowed us to exchange the information, to deliver information to the responsible ministries and agencies, Ministry of Interior, Prosecutor's Office, Ministry of the Occupied Territories, and today, I ask you, please get to this portal. Please disseminate information on this portal. Actually, this is exactly the instrument which allows us to work efficiently, to get information on the children who got wounds, on the children who got this or that traumas. This also allows us to improve operation of different ministries, and through the efforts pulled together, we managed to return back 380 children. Those who visit this portal Children in War, will be not 300,000 people. And we believe that we understand that is the information of concern. Mainly, we have here information that is some sad stories, and we believe more happy stories will be also placed on this portal, Children in War. I would like to thank you for the efforts taken by the team, the efforts taken by all the ministries to the best interests of children. We go ahead and thank you, Daria, that you have actually covered the topic on children orphans. The family forms of upbringing are so critical. We understand that certain efforts are taken, and we do evolving in this process. Here, let's discuss it based on the example of the regional efforts. Viktor Mikhailovich, are you with us? Okay, could you detail us on what's going on the local, regional level? What do you do in order to give support to children whose parents are deprived the parental rights, the parental care? And for us, it's important to understand what is done at the regional level, what improvements should be in place in order to improve these processes. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with us. It's a sort of a very important forum for us. In our region, we agreed on that children, this is our future. And the key issues in our day-to-day work is to give the full possible support to all children. No doubt, with regards to orphan children, we don't want to have orphanages in this country. We believe that every child deserves a place in the family. Institutional resources in all the communities. From the very beginning, we had a special service. It took for us certain time because their status allowed them to take relevant decisions. We started these processes before the war. And we had a certain understanding, but we understand today that the process has a much larger magnitude. Social workers who work at the local level, we are not supposed to cut our staffs. For us, it's important to have more social workers because people living next to their neighbors, they know better the situation in this or that household and family. And for us, it's important that now we live in the time of war. Family-based forms of family, that is foster families, and we understand that unfortunately sometimes parents are deprived of parental care, and these children should be transferred in the more adequate environment where they could grow and develop. Earlier, we had 4 patronating families. Today, we have 18. 20 more future patronating families. They have their skills raising classes, and currently we have established 5 family-based family centers. All in all, we have 33 foster families. And this work, we understand it's critical. It should be ongoing process, and we should get into account all the details in this process. Next topic I would like to cover: resources. Zhytomyr is a frontier region in Ukraine. Partly it was occupied as the northern territories, and we realized that during the time of occupation, certain people from the Kiev region, they moved to Zhytomyr region. And we have Brusilov town, and within 3 months, the population in Brusilov increased 3-fold. So you may imagine what sort of a load was with our local administration, because for us it is important to provide food packs, to provide we should provide diesel generators, and in future we understand that we plan to strengthen this area. And also important topic is delivery of services and educational services, health services. In this context, it's important to have shelters in order to provide normal educational process both for students as well as teachers. Online classes, it's okay, but now we have renovated 3,000 basement facilities that will be used as shelters. We live in the close proximity to Belarus, and for us it's a very short time in order to have the alert, because for us it's important to provide safety and security for our populations. For us, it's important to create certain hubs. It includes those of the preschool age as well as school-age children. Today, together with UNICEF, we're working on the new model, educational models, using different hub resources. We have 17 STEM labs, and they are based at the level of the universities. We have the large populated areas, and they will deliver here classes on programming, computer literacy, and robotics. Also, we have established a number of digital hubs. So it means in the village school, children will have a chance to get the knowledge of what is the computer, how it works, and what I'd like to say, our service is streamlined on the services to be delivered, services to be delivered to the families which need it. We understand that we provide this process, but I'd like to thank the Ministry of Digitalization, Ministry of Social Services. These are our strong partners. My thanks go to Konstantin Kashelenko, because at the operational level, we address and resolve some issues. Once again, my sincere thanks go to all of you, and also Vitaly Kovel, the head of the Zhytomyr Military Administration, also joins my words. Thank you, thank you. Upbringing of children could be through the personal example and role model. Zhytomyr is a good example how strongly you work and cooperate with all the stakeholders, and we understand that all this done is to the best, in the best interest of the children. Let's discuss what is available today, because we are talking over what our vision for the future. Let's discuss what do we have today to provide controls, Vasily Lutsik, I address my question to you. Irina, thank you very much. We discuss today's digital infrastructure, and here we have several areas. As Konstantin said, that long ago we started discussions on digitalization, but for us it's important to understand, do we change a certain part or we change the concept when we introduce digital solutions? When we speak about this system, we understand that we need a completely new system. This system should take into account the best interests of children. Then it should take into account all the stakeholders. Do we build it only for the government agencies, or we would like to invite to the process foster parents? They also should be users of this system and use it in order to provide for the best interest of children. With regards to child protection, here we can see we could introduce certain elements of the artificial intelligence, but it also should include also, or the access to the instruments available. As to the instruments available today in order to secure the rights of children, here we have a number of dashboards, and it allows us to monitor the location of institutional settings, orphanages of different type, family time institutions, and on the example of, based on these examples, we see that we understand that lots of children are now outside of Ukraine, and for us it's a sort of a challenge. When the child is brought up in a family, it's completely different environment, atmosphere, what secures a normal growth and development of a child. Migration of children, we understand that in some regions of Ukraine, we could develop this or that forms, either patronating families, because when we see that the family will recover from hardship, the child could be returned to the family. We understand that this system should provide a strong support to the families. The families should understand what services could be made available for them in this or that situation. We understand that the best situation for their child is to be brought up in the biological family. But in the previous sessions, we discussed many of the topics. We understand also that the development of the new forms of child upbringing needs certain resources. And today also it's important to understand what is support is delivered. Different initiatives we have, and the head of this activity area, it didn't die. For us, it's important you give the overall support to the process, but still, with regards to the digital solution in terms of the best interests of children, what could you say?
Good afternoon. Excellent. Okay, so I know the question is, what resources are we bringing to this situation? The answer is, as much as we can. That's the short answer. Now my long answer. I want to start with the fact that I am so proud to say that UNICEF, at least as an organization, is supporting every single member of this panel with digital solutions. I'm so proud that we're working with you, Irina, on the Reform Office, and that we are introducing more streamlined ways to be able to say children can find families. I love that we're working with the Ministry of Social Policy, and all of this is also an accumulation of that effort. Of course, I love that we're working with the Ombudsman's Office, making sure that children can come home, and of course with you, Daria, as well, in the same fashion. And with you, Lucek, of course, we're also doing that. How can we monitor the situation of children so that they too can enjoy better services everywhere they are? And of course, in Zhytomyr, we invest heavily in digital solutions for children, including justice solutions, like the one for Barnahus. So I am very proud to say that we are on the way to digital solutions in the best interest of children, no problem. But the future, what about the future? So I think if I can reflect on a personal note, I am South Korean. South Korea is a very digital country. I think Ukraine might be a little more digital. It is incredible, the essence of this country and how quickly you adopt new ideas and make it Ukrainian. And that is something And that is such a strength. And I think personally, as person who works in child protection, I am so impressed and inspired that we would use digital solutions to find answers for children. Because child protection, often people think of it as very old-fashioned. We say social workers are, lovely ladies in their 50s or 60s who carry cases, work with children in difficult circumstances. These children, they don't know how to use the internet. These parents, they don't know how to access web-based services. But in Ukraine, we say no. We say, of course, everybody has the capacity to be served better in the best interest of children, families, and communities through digital solutions. So, back to my answer, what resources do we need? Everything, all of it. We're going to try to get everything. And I think that's the spirit of today. We can find the right resources because the reasons are right. And that's why we are working in the best interest of children. Thank you.
Дякую, Джин. Як найкраще взагалі поєднала всіх виступаючих.
Thank you, Jean. You united every speaker in one model. And children, these are small persons who are the subjects of our state, that we work for the sake of them, hand in hand together. So let's create a team, Ukraine around best interests of children together. Thank you. We are on time.
Дуже нашому модератору. Оплески давайте подаруємо ще раз всім нашим учасникам. Ірина Тулякова, модератор нашої панельної дискусії.
Nazar Tisishin, Dmitro Gerasimchuk, Lutsik, and Jen Choi. Thank you. The speech from Jen Choi was like a toast, but unfortunately we have other format of event. So now we are back to our discussion and to our future. Today we are not completing. We will give floor to our partners and friends, and we were thankful for them, and we will do it again. We are not removing chairs. I will announce our speakers and participants, and we'll say 2-3 words, 5 minutes. Why not to have a say?
Вони заслуговують на ці оплески. Ну і запрошуємо. Якось Ільє, постійний представник ПР ООН в Україні. Оплески ще раз давайте подаруємо. Якось Ільє, запрошуємо вас. Можете вже займати зручне місце і брати мікрофон. Так само Міжнародна організація з міграції. Марко Кіментон. Оплески ми так само даруємо. Заступник голови представництва Міжнародної організації з міграції в Україні. Також продовжуємо. УВКБ ООН. Альма Джозіч.
Alma Djosic. We would like to see you now as seen. This is the advisement program, issues and cooperation with the communities. Good afternoon. Boyko Anastas, head of electronic services of MTD Tapas project. You have some free time and you may have a say who is going to be the first. So say whatever you like. Or one by one.
Thank you very much, and it's indeed great to be here just to say a couple of words. I know it's been a long day for everybody, and there's a saying at the end of a conference that the head can only take what the seat can endure. So you can only take in after you've sat on your backside for quite a while. So I will try to keep it very short. Just very quickly to say, and on behalf of UNDP, it's really great for us to be here. I think the partnership in the purpose of bringing both the Ministry of Social Policies and the Minister of Digital Transformation together with a lot of people from civil society as well as the business sector, is really the way to also address the critical needs in the social sphere and also for the services to be provided here today. We heard a lot of good examples. We heard a lot of excellent solutions being offered here. As was mentioned in the end, digitization is really the way to leapfrog and to provide solutions under a very difficult war environment that Ukraine is faced with. But what we have seen from Ukraine is through incredible resilience and through incredible involvement, both from Ministry of Social Policies, but also through the digital transformation efforts, that really the services continues to be provided to Ukrainians in an incredible way. And that's really inspirational to see, and really is great to also have heard this through the different panels that were being offered here today. So from our side, we work with over 40 projects with the Ministry of Social Policy. We've been working with the Ministry of Digital Transformation through projects funded by Sweden and Japan for over 5 years. We helped with the DIA platform and many other platforms. We will continue to be inspired by your work. We will continue to support you, and also together with all the partners here, but also those that sponsored, specifically our UN agencies from UNICEF and WFP. I want to thank everybody for being here today, and please count on our support moving forward. Дякую. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We thank you for the cooperation, and this project should develop further on. Mark Kimenton, you have a say.
Thank you very much. I would like to align with my colleague Jaakko on congratulating for the great event and for the initiative of bringing these important sides of the government, but also of the other partners together. It's definitely necessary. We in IOM we consider the government of Ukraine one of our key partners, of course, in the development of the communities. Now, when we talk about migration, we talk about people who are on the move. So this is a very large group, but eventually everybody belongs to a community. So that's where our work focus, and that's where we really think that the modernization of services should also start and in a way end. That is to say that in these communities, the work on modernization needs to be done at the community level in order to ensure that these communities are first and foremost connected. And that means connected among each other, that people within the communities are connected, and that there is an access for all the members of the community to the platforms. And digitalization is one of the key aspects of it. And then the quality of modernization cannot be better of the quality of the data that inform it. And in IOM, we are big fans of it. We have a big team, and we constantly collaborate with the government in sharing this data and gathering new ones. And we would like to confirm our support in this and our openness to collaborate with us and with the other agencies who work on this. In order for the policies for the communities to be evidence-based. So in saying this, I would like to thank everybody again and reaffirming IOM's support to the government, and hoping that we can be solid partners for each other in the path towards modernization. Thanks.
And thank you too for your support, however, in such a difficult time for our country. Давайте тепер передаємо мікрофон далі. Альма Джозіч, вам слово.
Дякую. Goal of any humanitarian organization, including UNHCR, is to provide support in circumstances where needs are overwhelming and exceeds government capacities. And UNHCR here is to complement the efforts of Ukrainian government, and we are proud to have cooperated effectively with the Ministry of Social Policy since the earliest days of full-scale invasion. For us, strategic partnership is built on mutual trust and aims at strengthening systems to the point where external support becomes unnecessary. This is particularly important in the social sphere, where the primary focus is on the most vulnerable. Both UNHCR representative and Minister of Social Policy have reiterated on numerous occasions our shared commitment to ensuring no one is left behind in the process of delivering assistance and building resilience. So as part of the larger humanitarian community, UNHCR works towards durable solutions from the start. So this involves connecting cash recipients with livelihoods opportunities, ensuring security of tenure in collective sites, identifying sustainable housing options, and engaging development actors early on to prepare the ground for sustained recovery in future. In collaboration with Ministry of Social Policy, as many actors, including those present here today, we are working towards strengthening the unified information systems of the social sphere. And through our partners, we are enhancing the capacities and conducting training sessions in the regional departments of social protection. Finally, I feel deeply honored to be part of this forum. I want to acknowledge the slogan of the event, Building Capacities Instead of Dependencies, which resonates profoundly with UNHCR's World Refugee Day slogan, Hope Away from Home. It is our shared commitment to support people in overcoming dependency, enabling them to build hopeful futures, even if these futures are found away from their original home. So thank you very much.
Так і будемо переконані, ми навзаєм вдячні вам за партнерство. Ну і
Thank you for the cooperation. Anastasia, hello. I would like to thank the colleagues from Ministry of Social Policy for your invitation. It's nice to be in such a team of partners who are working on digitalization of social area. Our goal as a project which is financed by the UK and US governments, it's complicated and simple. This is to fight corruption by the way of digitalization. Social area is one of the priorities for us, and I will explain why. The sphere itself is considerably provisioned expensive from the state budget. This year it's more than 440 billion of hryvnia that are spent on social area. Except the money, these are the area which touches upon many people. In fact, every of us, or personally, or the members of our families face social services, and we know that it's a big number, more than 100 types of social service rendered in Ukraine. Not all the time the process is simple and understandable and not digitalized so far. In fact, jointly with Ministry of Social Policy and Ministry of Digital Transformation a few years ago, we elaborated the decision which has been put into the basis of digitalization and continued after first projects. This is the creation of a single information policy of social sphere. With our support, we elaborated first phase, and we continue to work with the Ministry of Social Policy to scale up the system around the country of Ukraine and to develop it. We are actively involved with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, that digital services should become convenient, transparent, simple, and accessible for citizens. This joint work with Ministry of Social Policy and Digit led to the way that we can say that part of services are rendered transparently in a unified way. We can monitor a number of addresses of citizens and the expenses spent within the social area, and in general we reach better result for the citizen, and from the point of view of experience, and for the state from the point of view of use of the resource. By the estimates of the use of this single information system, we save 11 billion of hryvnia per year. Not rendering non-targeted social services and labor resources that are used for manual processing of applications. I would like to convince you that we will support Ministry's policy, and we will continue to work jointly with all the partners that the social area of social services would be digitalized and been free from corruption. Thank you for these grandeur plans. Let them embed into One of the elements is mutual trust. Thank you. Let's applaud to our partners that you are together with us. So we are on final. We always adjourn a digital social forum. We will ask to remove chairs and tables, but I would like to wait a little bit because we had many panel discussions, presentations of speakers. We raised important issues today. I hope that each one of you been inspired. We have support. I will not go into details and opinions. It will be better done by Mr. Konstantin. So, Konstantin Koshelenko, Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine for Digital Development, Digital Transformations and Digitalization. It will be 2-minute speech. I would like to thank all the present here because I have a feeling that we have here puzzle collected, that we can make these and resolve tasks and achieve targets. Being in cooperation between international humanitarian organization, the state sector, private sector, all those partners present here. Thank you for those who left to the end. So in our efforts, these are the most responsible people and the most serious people. Thank you for being here. Amongst partners that we mentioned, I would like to mention those: UNDP with support of Sweden. We had moderator first panel, Volodymyr Brusilovsky. So he's somewhere here. Unique project, DIA, which sued MinDigit and other ministry, including Social Policy, that the services in DIA app. That portal appeared. So thank you for that. A unique partnership. All partners did their contribution. Now we see mutual plan. It's time to be shoulder and shoulder and achieve the target that we set up. I'm confident that we will make it. Thank you. Thank you. Everything is short and clear. Thank you to partners. Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine for the forum that has been arranged. Thank you.
Був присутній. Я переконаний, це далеко не останній форум, на якому ми збираємося. Тому ми кажемо вам до зустрічі на наступних форумах від Міністерства соціальної політики України. Дякую всім вам, дякуємо і до зустрічі. Ну і а вже ж, слава Україні! Дякуємо.